Thursday, October 17th, 9 a.m. Welcome, everyone. We have a full house today, nice and cozy with everyone. I appreciate you all taking your time to be here today. We have a great agenda. It's jam-packed, and I just thank you. All right, so we're going to start out with roll call. So I'll start. We'll go to my right, roll around, hit the back, and then we'll go online. Do we have any online?
Yes.
Two. Okay. All right. I'm Melanie Lewis. I work for Pacific Corp. I represent regulated electricity, and I'm the chair of this board.
Jamie Lemke, I work for Northwest Natural. I represent natural gas distribution, and I'm the vice chair of the board.
Kevin Hennessy, UC, serving as representative for the Oregon Public Utility Commission.
Josh Thomas, Executive Director, and Oregon Duck, so it's good to be here.
Good morning, Kitty O'Keefe, Executive Assistant, Outreach Coordinator for the OUNC.
Robbie West, I work for the State Falls Water Division, and I represent small cities.
Nathan Taylor, I work for Associated General Contractors, and I represent contractors.
Mitch Burganel, I work for Comcast, and I represent cable TV.
Libby Schaffler with ODOT, and I represent ODOT, and I wore my Beaver shirt.
My son went there.
Andy Crocker with Rockwood Water People's Utility District and representing special districts.
I'm John Rodonsky, I'm Operations Manager for Locating Inc. Here's a guest. I'm Casey, I work for Locating Inc. Representing contract location.
Kim Boyd with One Call Concepts.
Brian Plant with One Call Concepts.
Tiffany Evans with One Call Concepts.
Scott Vegas, Local Call Concepts.
Megan Moore, Central Living Community, representing Beaches.
Matt Barrett, State Cooperative Telephone, representing Cooperative Telephone.
Brewster Whitmire, Wasco Electric Cooperative, representing electric cooperatives.
Tunello, City of Portland, representing cities with a population greater than 25,000, and I'm secretary for the board.
Alba Wugland, working for Clackamas County, representing counties, and I'm the treasurer of this board. Turn around here.
Yeah.
Micah, go ahead.
Micah Brown, I work for Ziply Fiber.
Good morning, Jason Robinson with Hunter Communications. I'd like to welcome everybody to Eugene, including those with poor church choices. Rick Allen, also with landscape.
Jim Malkin, also with landscape.
Christian Marshall, Lumen.
Dave So, CBG.
Rocky Stewart, 411.
Byron Williams, City of Eugene.
Stephanie Franger, Lumen.
Ben Bergen, Lumen. Kevin Turps, EPUD.
Jennifer Bates,
So folks online who are joining us virtually, I'll call your name if you could introduce yourself. Tiffany Evans.
I'm here.
Hey, I'd like to introduce you to Tiffany Evans. She's been with us for the last year.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry you guys, I'm just like focused on the names here. Lauren Thomas.
Hi, I'm here.
We know you.
I'm your presenter today in about 2 minutes.
And then we have Casey Wistron.
That's it? Okay, well, welcome everyone. Thank you so much. I hope breakfast was good. He always does a great job with that. So meeting logistics, we'll probably have a hard stop. We always have a hard stop at 3, okay? Just so everyone knows. As far as breaks, we'll take a break whenever is needed, but if you need to get up and go, get up and do your thing, get your coffee, whatever you need. As far as any sort of evacuation, so we're gonna go out those doors, we're gonna go down the stairs,
and meet out front, okay? Bathrooms, you don't know where those are at, just out those doors and to the left. Okay? Anything else I'm missing there?
Can you just make sure you sign the sign-in sheet?
Yep.
Since we have so many guests, we wanna make sure everybody's done.
Yep. Did we all hear that?
Yes. Everybody got it.
Okay. All right, so our safety moment today is the great shakeout day, 10:17. At 10:17, we'll be doing a little drill, okay? You didn't get away from it, guys. So we have, do you want to introduce your wife?
Sure thing.
Okay.
So yeah, for today's safety moment, we decided to shake things up, so to speak. As Melanie mentioned, Alba brought it to our attention, so thank you, Alba, that today is considered the great shakeout.
Thank you, Alba.
Yes. On 10/17 today, at 10:17 a.m., over 500,000 Oregonians and 55 million people worldwide will be participating in drills to drop, cover, and hold on in the event of an earthquake. And it was news to me that we're actually going to be climbing under tables because I didn't think we were going to do that part, but
Oh, yeah, we got
Okay.
to do it.
We have a very special guest presenter today for this important topic, Lori Thomas. In her 30-year career as a structural engineer, she has experience doing seismic retrofits of houses and buildings. She served on a state seismic committee for several years, and she's a member of a community emergency response team. And I should also mention that she's my wife. So please join me in welcoming Lori Thomas.
Hopefully, can you guys all hear me okay?
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I'm excited. I have probably about 6 hours worth of information to share with all of you. So I'm trying to bring it down to about 5 minutes. If you do have questions afterwards or ever want to just chat, it's one of my favorite topics, so feel free to reach out. So it says sharing is not turned on. So I'm going to attempt to share a PowerPoint. But first of all, as we kind of cruise through this while we're getting this going, there we go.
Hold on 1 second, Lori.
Awesome. Let's see if this will work. I'm not tech literate, and my IT is at work. There we go. Can you guys all see that? Perfect.
No.
No?
No.
No. Okay, well, I'm glad I asked, because let's try this again.
It's up here.
Because you're showing right now. See that little red thing on the bottom, stop share. Okay, now try.
Sorry.
I am struggling to, it says it's sharing.
Sharing is caring.
There's a little green button in the middle on the bottom. If you click that, you should be able to select the screen to share.
Yep.
Do you have a stop share on there? Just maybe try stop and then start it again.
Stop share. And screen share. I promise it's showing up on mine.
Yeah, it was good.
Hey, did it work?
Yes.
Yay! Okay, cool. Sorry about that. So you guys can see this big slide?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, so this is just a really, really quick history. The subduction zone, the big quake, which is out in the ocean there, the whole idea is it's slowly pushing down underneath our tectonic plate, and eventually that energy is going to basically pop, and the beach is going to drop about 10 feet. So you can imagine the tsunami and all the damage that'll be done here. And the rolling earthquake is going to basically roll its way into Portland. So everybody says, oh, it's about a 300-year occurrence, but you'll notice the Great Quakes, the intervals are anywhere from about 250 to 910 years. So, you know, yeah, it's an average, but it's an average over about 6 different quakes. So it could happen today at 1017, or it could happen in 300 years. It has been almost 800 years or so, so we're definitely due for one. So what do you do during the actual quake? Well, the old thought was that you got in your doorways, but that's actually not a very strong structural place to be. They're a weak re-entrant kind of thing. So the best place to be is under a sturdy table or desk. You want to definitely be low to the ground no matter what you do. Cover your head. If you can't get under a sturdy table or desk, you want to be next to a large object that can't fall over, like a couch or an interior wall. And you want to stay away from falling objects like big bookcases, chandeliers, ceiling fans, any overhead office lights. Imagine theoretically they should be braced, but chances are some will be coming down. Kitchen cabinets or any kind of like overhead cabinets in your that might you might have installed like put books into in your office space, all those are likely going to open up and kind of like an airplane, things in movement will shift. They're going to all come out. So if you take a really quick look around your room, oh, and glass, you don't want to be next to any glass. I see a mirror in the background. I see some glass doors. I see lots of overhead lights. So you guys very well may be injured in a big quake if you're close to any of that stuff. Or like the hot coffee pot tipping over and taking you out because if you decide to shelter next to that. Outside, the best place to be is like a big open field where nothing can fall on you, and just ride it out, stay low to the ground. But obviously, most of us are not going to be in that situation. So you want to do your best to stay away from like power lines, street lights, glass facade buildings. That glass is likely going to shatter and fall. And then, especially in downtown Portland, where a lot of those older historic buildings have not been retrofitted, anything with brick is going to come down. So here's just a couple of pictures. Bridges. All the bridges will likely fail. Hopefully not Selwood and soon to be Burnside because they've technically upgraded those seismically. But if you can imagine after the quake, fallen power lines, broken gas lines, obviously concrete bridges and overpasses. Think about how many of those you go over, under, or near on your way from work to home or vice versa. Um, so, for example, I do a lot of driving for my job, and I have a 3-day go pack because I know the chances of me being able to get my car from the east side of the river to the west side to get back home is extremely unlikely. I'm probably going to have to walk it. Again, anything with brick facade, brick is a very brittle material, and most of it's not tied back very well, so it will likely come down in a big shake. So, what to do after the quake? Well, obviously, if someone's hurt or you have an emergency situation, call 911. But before you do it, remember, everybody in the entire city is going to call 911 to tell them the building fell over or something. That's not the issue. We all know that's going to happen. So, if you're not in need of emergency right away, try not to tie up the few or the few telephone cell lines that may actually still be working. Everybody is going to want to call their family members, all of them, to try and figure out if they're okay. Again, tying up the phone lines when the emergency personnel needs it. So what it's best to do is have an out-of-state contact that every family member calls to check in with. And then if a family member doesn't call to check in with that out-of-state contact, that contact can then contact you or whoever is the designated person in the emergency area. Hopefully that makes sense. Trying to go through this really fast. Different emergency kits. So in a perfect world, you'd have all of these awesome emergency kits and we'd all be ready to go for any emergency whatsoever. But the main critical ones in our case today is probably a car emergency kit. Like I said, in theory, it's probably going to take about 2 to 3 days to get home if you're on the other side of the river. And so you're going to want something you can pop on your back and you've got, the basics. I have lists and lists of everything you could possibly need. If you're at work, you could have a work kit there because again, you might be able to get in your car, but the likelihood of you being able to drive home past all these failed bridges and overpasses is extremely unlikely. And then if you happen to be in the house when it happens, you want to get out because aftershocks will occur and the likelihood of something failing and damage and killing you or hurting you is high. So it's an underbed emergency bin, something like shoes to throw on, a flashlight, even a handheld fire extinguisher in case, because there will be lots of fires, stuff like that. So there's lists and lists of these things online to help you get out. So your bug out bag, this is a little bit of what I just said. It's a go bag for 72 hours. Technically, the food needs to be non-spoilable, but honestly, I built ours like 6 years ago, and I don't think I've ever opened it since. So the other issue is prescription meds. Can you stick that in a go bag? Technically, yes. You just have to pay attention to when you need to replace them, kind of like the batteries in your fire alarm. And resources. I think I might have actually hit this under 5 minutes. Or close. Any questions?
Do we have any questions?
I think you scared everyone.
I probably did. And I probably talked really, really fast, so hopefully you guys could understand me.
This is Kevin Hennessy from PC. I really appreciate the awareness that you bring out and just kind of thinking about what we do in providing a safety service. If and when we do have this event, you know, are we thinking as board members and stakeholders how we're going to accomplish what we take for granted and with our 811 process. So it's something definitely to think about, and I really appreciate the topic. Thank you.
Absolutely. There's a whole lot of charts online, and you all might actually know some of them in your specific industries, but things like water and electrical, they're not going to be up for probably 2 weeks to 3 months, easy. So anything above ground obviously is going to be an issue. Natural gas is going to be a horrible, because when the earth moves, all those lines fail, right? So there's going to be fires everywhere in theory. No one really knows, to be honest. But it's the utilities are going to definitely be an issue, because our big one is going to be 9.0, and all the aftershocks may be in the 7 to 8 range, which are huge earthquakes. Those are not small earthquakes. So it's not just the initial hit, it's everything after it is going to continue to fail things. And so your own personal home, you should have things that can turn off the natural gas meter. There's special wrenches handy. You've got to have them close, because the likelihood of you being able to get to your toolbox is not high.
And as far as the governance and response stuff to the state PC, we hold the ESF 2 and 12 functions at the Oregon Emergency Management Center. So we coordinate a lot for when we're activated for events, and we are planning for something of scale, or at least thinking about something of scale. In fact, there's a drill at the end of this month. So as a utility and as an excavator, you know, we rely on the safety process, and so it's really important to think about maybe a little bit outside the box and how we're going to how we would respond. So.
Absolutely, yeah. So, yep. Reach out if you guys have any questions. But the governmentready.gov and the first aid. What am I thinking? Anyways. They're amazing resources for what you can have and what you should do. And just remember, it's not like a hurricane where it just goes through and the damage is done and you can go in and fix everything. Again, this is probably going to have multiple big aftershocks. So it's going to be this constant rolling, ongoing emergency for at least several days.
All right.
Have fun. Good luck. Thank you. Bye.
Wish you were here.
Bye.
All right. So can you pull up the minutes real quick? Has everyone looked at the minutes from last meeting? And let me ask you this first, because I know that we've been having an issue with the shared drive. Is anyone else having issues with the shared drive?
Does
Yes.
anyone
Yes.
doesn't have issue with the shared drive?
I think I figured out it might be a user issue, so I'm going to run through how to access the files, and we'll see if that solves your problem.
Okay.
I was able to use the new link you sent out.
Okay.
The old one just sends 404 not found anytime I open the file.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, sorry for the trouble.
That's what I got too. Yeah. Okay. All right. So So that tells me that we did not go through the minutes previous to this. Some people did, some people did not. Can we just scroll through them a little bit? So that's one of our files, Josh. That is the 404 file, not that, that's one of them. The meeting minutes.
For the new week,
Mm-hmm.
because I tested everything last night and it was all working.
Over the PDF for the agenda for today, just not the minutes. Pretty massive.
We're still getting the air over here in the 404 file, not found.
Okay, so, let's just
Well, that
scroll.
could be my fault that I didn't convert it from Word to a PDF, but I don't know. We can try that.
We could just look it up right here. I mean, let's just scroll through it real quick for everyone to look at it. And then I'll take a motion if there are not any changes.
Yeah, I still need to.
You can get it? It's
Yeah, so if I go and actually open up the draft. You?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as presented. All attention. Okay, do we have any more discussion? All approved, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say the same. Okay. Minutes approved as is. Nice job. Tiffany. Evans. All right, so we're moving on to our concept submission forms. Well, actually, we didn't have any open testimony, did we? All right, so concept submission form, the first one we have, Josh, do you want to introduce?
Yeah, did you ask everybody, no one here is for testimony?
Oh, sorry, excuse me, no, I didn't ask. Do we have any open testimony?
I think we took care of ours yesterday.
Okay.
Or- Great.
Just want to make sure.
Did you?
Is she here?
Yeah, but she's here, she's right behind Jeff.
Excellent, okay. Sorry, I was saving the minutes to see if we could get that to work.
So if you download it, you can then view it, but it just won't let you open it.
I just saved it as a PDF, so maybe you try that, if that works. That might solve the problem.
I tried clicking that cache, just thinking, because there were so many links, it was confusing, but that never came.
Okay. We'll definitely have to delve into that some more, because I want to make sure we get that fixed.
It opens in PDF.
Yes, it opens.
It's been one of those months where everything that normally works has not worked, and it's been across the board. So it doesn't surprise me, but it's very frustrating, so I'm sorry for the trouble.
I think that's good, that's good.
Yeah, so all is good in the world, that's right. Okay, so. I'm gonna share this.
We're getting there, guys.
It's just a continuation of this month. If I could get one thing to work, I would be so happy. Alright, perfect. Okay, so if you'd like to present your concept submission form, feel free to come on up and you can take my seat if you'd like. It's up on the screen right now and being shared with everybody remote.
Thank you.
Sure.
I'm Jennifer Bates, and I'm here to present my concept submission on behalf of Emerald PUD. And just as an overview, Emerald PUD just began participating in the ticket check feature for updating status of locate tickets. We're obligated to respond to when EPUD-owned facilities are in the vicinity of an excavator's dig area. In most states it's offered, ticket check would send an email to the excavator notifying them of the status of their locate request. It's my understanding that Oregon has not set up that feature to have an email message go out notifying excavators of the status. It's only posted online where they can log in and view that status. I've been told that it is possible to turn that active response email notification on for excavators. However, it's something that the board would need to authorize. I'm proposing that the board approve or authorize turning on that active notification in ticket check that generates that email. Although posting the status online may be technically sufficient as counting as a utility response for the ticket, I don't think all excavators know to log in or have that ability. So we at EPUD are continuing our due diligence in notifying excavators of our responses by email or phone. By turning on the active notifications, it would save us that additional step and be more efficient by automatically sending those notification updates to any excavator that has a properly formatted email address on the ticket. If an email address is not on the ticket, the status information would still be available online. So I'm just here to request that feature be turned on. Or find out if there's reasons why it wasn't, I guess.
How does the automated response work? Is it once they go in and they update the status, does it then have a?
Set it up several different ways. We could set it up so that it sends a response with every status, which I don't think we would recommend. But a lot of states will have it sent when tickets due. And then when any other, or either when like a finalized status happens, so marked or facilities in the area. But either at those points when the ticket work begin date is, and then some extended out to stay open for certain statuses through the life of the ticket. We can be notified after that for those final markings.
So would a contractor be notified if there were 5 utilities within that ticket? Would they be notified 5 different times when that ticket was marked by those?
If you did it on the work begin date, they'd be notified once with the status of all 5 of those utilities.
But you could do it individually, but we don't recommend that because they get inundated with too many.
Right, and then they look at it.
If I remember, the reasoning behind not notifying was didn't want to create extra emails going out. So we would recommend you limit that just to make it more impactful email notification.
I think it makes sense to do the one email when the ticket's due. And if they want to know the status prior to the due date, if they're looking to see who's been there, then that's gonna be a savvy enough excavator that they're gonna look online anyways. So I agree with not inundating them with too many emails, just one email, the ticket's due, giving them the status of everybody that was on that ticket, makes sense.
And am I correct, they're only gonna get the status of the people that are currently participating in positive response?
They would get the status of everyone, I believe. So if they didn't participate, it would say does not participate in electronic positive response.
What happens if somebody participates in the positive response and their response is not in after the due date?
it would give them the snapshot. If that email would just give them the snapshot of what is in.
What is at that point, correct?
And it would say not yet responded if they participate and they haven't placed the status.
What if they don't participate and haven't responded also?
Well, they don't participate, they don't respond
Then
at
it
all
just-
anyway.
What'll it say then?
Does not participate.
They're not trying to find the response.
Yeah.
Is this information part of the excavator training? Does that get out to the excavators in the training of what they can do to research their tickets?
Yes, it's a huge part. I always say, if you only remember one thing from my training, that's it. Share searchandstatus.com and how to get in there and how to search for their tickets and also how to figure out what other tickets are active in an area. Very popular part of the training. And then positive response, obviously, as well. It's surprising how many excavators don't know that that is a feature that they can check out and they didn't understand. There's some confusion over does not participate. Some thought that meant that they weren't participating in 811. It just meant that they were not participating in positive response since it's voluntary. And I think I had asked Scott if the excavator could opt out if they didn't want to receive those emails, and you weren't.
I am not aware that they can, but it's something we could ask.
Okay. So, I think that what we're gonna do is we're gonna take your concept submission form and I'm gonna ask our vendor here to bring forth some sort of response to this and options that we can do, good, bad, indifferent, and then we'll talk about it at the next meeting. Selection. Does that sound okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so moving on. All right. Moving on to strategic pillars and committee reporting. First one up is providing insight, so that's the executive team here. So just comments from me real quick. We have our retreat tomorrow. The retreat tomorrow is going to be about forming our committees and how we want the roles and responsibilities of committees, but not only committees, but the members within the committee, how we want each committee to act. And we're gonna get together, we're gonna separate into each committee, we're gonna look at our strategic pillars from there and make sure that we're lining up together with the strategic pillars and the committees. We'll do any sort of editing that needs to be done or updating, whatever we want to call it. And then we'll get together at the end of the meeting, and we'll just combine essentially our thoughts. And then from there, we will set forth the roles and responsibilities of the committees and the members. So that's what we have for tomorrow. Yeah.
Some people are on multiple committees.
Yes, so we've kind of assigned you guys, but the chairs, we meaning Josh, Melanie, and Kitty. So we kind of assigned, however, if you are a chair of a committee, you will be in that committee, okay?
That was.
Yep, you got it.
If I can interject real quick.
Absolutely.
The idea was that after we do the breakouts, everyone has an opportunity to weigh in once that report is made to the full group. So just because you're part of one committee doesn't mean you won't be able to have your fingerprints on other parts of the plan.
Yeah, this is about collaboration, and I want everyone to be good with how we are operating. And so I need everyone to just put their thinking hats on and maybe think outside the box on some of this too, and where you want to go as a committee and what a person is supposed to do during that committee. So that's what we have going on. Do we want to talk about tonight or anything, or are you going to cover that in your stuff?
I can cover that a little bit later.
I have a question
yeah,
about the
go
other concepts commit. Are we doing anything with this other concept submission form?
Oh, yes, forgot to address that. So that was actually addressed earlier. We addressed it earlier yesterday.
Got it.
And we'll have an update on that. And actually, are you here the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. Josh, Kitty, you guys can go ahead with your reports here.
Okay. And I will say, for tomorrow morning, if you can be there, I know when we say the meeting starts at 8:30, breakfast at 8, oftentimes some folks will show up closer to 8:30, but we do have a special surprise and a guest that I don't think you'll want to miss, so if you can get in by 8:15 at least, that would be ideal. So I hope to see you there. Let's go ahead and open up. Thank you.
Wow.
You do that, Josh? Well,
Psychedelic. We are in Eugene. Let's see. Come on. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the dramatic pause. So here we are in Eugene, Oregon, where back in 1995 I graduated. So this was me almost 30 years ago. I cannot believe it. I have a lot less hair and some more gray hairs, but back in the day, my goal was to be a game show host, a radio talk show host, a sports commentator, or the Oregon 811 executive director, so I was 1 for 4. So good to be here today. I've traveled a long way since that day in 1995, and I've been traveling a lot for my job lately too. So just a quick overview of what's happened since the last time we met in July. The training classes are ongoing. It was interesting in one of the board surveys conversations I had, there's a question of why aren't we doing excavator safety trainings anymore? And it really lit a light for me that I need to do a better job of sharing the activities that we're actually doing, because we've reached over 900 people within the last year through our excavation safety trainings, but it's a bit of a different model. So we'll talk about that during Mitch's section of the agenda. But just within the last few months, I did 3 with PG contract crews and their tester group, City of Bend Construction Contractors Board, and we have another one coming up with them in December. And then just yesterday, I was in Ashland for the Southern Oregon Safety and Health Conference, and they had me in the Stardust Lounge, was the room I presented in, so I felt like I should sing the report, or sing the presentation, but I spared them. Conferences, we were at users group. We have a section at the very end of the meeting where we're going to talk about some of the takeaways and what we experienced while we were at these meetings. So I won't go into great detail, but we had Nate, Mitch, Lynn, Kitty, and OCC represented there at users group. Also attended the Oregon Infrastructure Summit in Portland, really focused my time there on the broadband breakout session. So I'll have some things to share on that as well. And then Joint States just last week in Montana. I was on a legislative panel for both Users Group and Joint States, and thanks to Frank for pulling me in on that. It was great to be a part of. Jamie, Alba, Lee, and Kitty were part of the delegation for Joint States, along with our friends from OCC. So issues management and outreach. We did fact-finding meetings with Lee for the Data and Research Committee. We met with South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, New Mexico, Washington, and had detailed conversations with each one of those. I'll talk about that more in Lee's section of the agenda. And there's also an issue summary in your board packet, which hopefully you can access without a 404 error. Sewer laterals, we're still awaiting a decision from PUC. From what I understand, Kevin, if you've heard anything new, I understand it's pending, it's imminent, but we don't know exactly when. It's pretty soon, right?
Correct. It's gone through a couple of decision-making meetings. I am told that decision is going to be coming soon. So that, as you highlight, it's a big big decision from the standpoint of setting the direction of really the foundation of how this board was set up, and how to move forward with complaints. And so it's a big one.
Yeah, this stemmed from one incident with a homeowner in Portland, a complaint that was filed, and they are still sending homeowners to register as utility operators. We had one just last week or the week before that I responded why we don't do that, why it was not the intent. And the city of Portland's attorney reached out to me and said they're going to continue sending folks our way until they're told differently. So it will continue to be an issue.
And if I may, it has taken a while. We've never had one go to this level, but it, from the standpoint of how it impacts, our operations and such, it's going to be a major shift depending on what the outcome is. And given the amount of work that the PUC is already doing with the number of rate cases that utilities are coming to us and doing our normal work with rate cases and such, we've had a record-breaking year with that kind of work as well. So stacking everything up, and with this issue on the plate as well, it's working through the process, but lots of work going on.
So pending that decision, is there a process after that appeals process what's the process depending, either way, whatever the decision is?
Well, there will be more discussions on where to go with it, and I have to consult with leadership on what we're gonna do with that. I've taken our rules, because they're we rules, as far as I can, and they, gave the testimony. Josh has provided information as well. So as far as the next step process goes, I'm gonna have to wait and see what leadership's gonna suggest.
So what's the PUC approach at this point, since everything gets in the law, they have to, but a lot of them, they don't? What I'm asking you is because I'm getting a lot of excavators, they're asking for more money because they have to do private locates because the city refused to locate lateral. I can give you a list, and every job, it's increasing with at least $1,000 more. So what's gonna happen later on? Because right now, they're completely refusing, even so the law says you have to locate your sewer lateral. By them not locating adds pressure on us, because we're not gonna go there and just clearly damage that sewer. We try to be as much as we can safety, so we're gonna pay extra as a company to be friendly in the neighborhood. We'll pay extra for the private locates to try to do our best not to hit that sewer. How can we get our money back based on what's going on as of today?
So that's why the decision is so important, and because there's other implications with people trying to get the information they need to do the job. I can't provide legal advice, but there are other statutes in place that that could be exercised, including the recovery of attorney fees and treble billing for that. To my knowledge and my communications with the excavation community in the Northwest Utility Contractors Association, it's something that was news to them. That's something that hasn't been pursued. So there are other laws in place to recoup that. But again, I'm not
My concern is not that, of course, I want my money back, that's not the issue, but my concern is, since all this started, a lot of cities, they start refusing right away to do that. We see an increase of not locating through laterals since all this started. Because they like that path by not locating, so there's a lot of increases in that. So now, who was locating before, now they don't want to locate this, waiting on a response on that.
Yeah, so, like I said, we put our best foot forward on that. Josh provided some information for our testimony, and we just gotta wait for the decision, because it is a big case. And in the light of that, with that case, there's other complaints that have come in that are addressing some systemic issues with locating and marking services. I can get into that later.
No.
But we are, record-setting number of rate cases coming into, our agency to peer review, plus this, we're getting through it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it is in some ways uncharted territory. I'm not aware of any other states that are dealing with sewer laterals this way. I do want to thank Kevin. I know he's done a heavy lift on this, and PUC and DOJ, and it's been a lot more involved than I expected at the front end of this. So thank you for all the work that you put into it as well. So we'll just stay tuned. The 811 day, I think we've reported, we were about to do it at the last meeting, but we did a news release, radio interview, KPTV interview. I shared that with the board through the scoop. Thank you to Kitty for putting in the work to get that set up. The KPTV interview was great. I think we've gotten some great mileage out of that. Also some partner promotions and social media around that. Inquiries and requests, these are just the ongoing questions, issues that come up from day to day. Some topics there that you could probably predict that come up fairly often. Those are what I've responded to and what Katie's responded to over the last few months. Board administration, this is some of the less sexy items that are not as exciting but are absolutely necessary to, as we like to say, keep our doors open. So sworn reporting is related to accounts receivable. That's mandated by the state. That's completed. We had to make some amendments to that, but we're in good shape. And we've really come a long way since 3 years ago when I started. Risk report, that determines our insurance rates. That's been submitted, and our Secretary of State registration, so we stay in good standing with them as well. Financial, put together our budget for 2025, and we met twice as a committee. We'll talk about that next. Have our proposal from the committee for our tariff adjustment for 2025, and talking with Mitch about locator training contract options. We'll be bringing that forward as well. And then of course the RFP and the contract extension. We also renegotiated the CD with Riverview to go from 0.10 interest to 4 point something interest, so a pretty substantial increase there. So we'll get some more money out of that. Still relatively minimal, but we've got to squeeze as much out of that as we can. Recruitment, we're still recruiting for Scott Crosby's seat. We've tried reaching out through the Oregon Broadband Association. If you've got any ideas or you hear of anyone who would be qualified and interested, please send them our way. We have pursued a special reappointment for Nate as his term expires, and it looks like he'll be allowed to continue to serve in his seat. And then also pending reappointment of Kevin, Brewster, and Nathan. And then we did an initial onboarding for Justin Roberts, but we want to wait until we have a few more in the cohort to go through the full process. We're trying to get him lined up with some time with Scott at the notification center as well, so he can sit in on some calls and see how things work. And we may have a railroads option. Stay tuned. I know it's hard to believe, but I think I have a possibility, though. Still have to talk it through. Personnel. A lot of review and corrections of issues with payroll and accounting. As I mentioned earlier, it seems like I've been cursed the last month. Everything that normally works smoothly has not. So we'll report on that a little bit later. It's taken a lot of time to deal with. because sometimes you shift from IT to HR to, it's the juggling act. The retreat planning, I think we've got a good plan for tomorrow. Really trying to continue that transition from a working board to an oversight board where you're providing vision and strategic direction rather than doing the work in the weeds. So we put some planning around that. And then training for the board. Kitty worked through the reciprocity program with y'all. Y'all filled out forms, and from last I heard, every board member has filled that out. So thank you for certifying that you receive training on sexual harassment, information security. The one gap was ethics. It's unique to a lot of you unless you serve in state or local government. So as a board member, you're considered a public official because you're appointed by the governor. So you're held to a higher standard than a citizen, and there's things that we can and can't do. And I want to make sure that we don't break ourselves into jail. So we're going to have a working lunch today with a training session from the Oregon Government Ethics Commission, and you'll have an opportunity to have your questions answered there as well. And lastly, on the forefront, our primary focus moving forward after I leave this meeting is going to be resolving those records and financials. I'll report on that a bit later, but there's some issues with overpayment, with messed up financials, and payment of arrears that are critical. And so I need to put those in the front seat and everything else in the back seat until that's dealt with. Also looking at new service providers for payroll and accounting to make sure that we are going through the proper process for our contracts for those services. The tariff adjustment, the rulemaking process, and standards manual update that will follow. Our strategic plan retool after our meeting tomorrow. And the locator training options, we want to do some more research on that because we have seen attendance and participation waning. And I know it's not because there's not a need or interest, so we just need to do some exploration on that issue. And then the board resources, as we discussed, it sounds like there's been issues accessing information in our folders, even though it's worked to this point. So I want to make sure that it's working for everyone, that it's easy to access materials, that it's intuitive, and we don't have 404 errors. So I'm going to be working on that as well to make sure that we've got a good solution in place, and maybe we'll have a redundancy because I can use something like WeTransfer, so if the first one doesn't work, we'll have a backup option to be able to access anything on the fly, anywhere. But I did want to run through this real quick. So this is, when I sent you that link, and I think in the future I'll just send you the link to the specific meeting, but I wanted you to have this so you can bookmark it because this provides you all board meeting packets, past and present, all committee meetings and the materials that are related to the committee meetings, and all of the core documents, so our bylaws, our policy and procedures manual, our contracts, things like that. So you can access anything on the fly, and if we update them, you should be able to access them real time. Rather than accessing old versions of those. The one thing I will say is this modified here, try not to pay attention to the date on there because some of these indicate when it was created and it doesn't reflect what's inside the folder. So if you click on board meeting packets, I'm gonna have to go out of the presentation real quick to share this. So, screen. Okay, so I'm out of the PowerPoint presentation. This is what you should be seeing. So you click on board meeting packets, and then you've got 2023, 2024. Obviously, you're going to click on 2024. And then we've got today's meeting is Eugene, so click on that. And then I've tried to match the folders to our agenda. So it should all be chronological and matched up to exactly to our agenda. So for example, if we wanted to check out what's coming up next with rulemaking, you've got this document here. And then this was what was presented at Users Group 2024. So pretty self-explanatory when it works properly. But I just wanted to make sure that you knew if you saw those I think somebody was seeing 2023 when that first screen opened up, those are just folders that hold everything else inside them. So you've got to click through those to get to the things that you need. So if there's ever any questions or problems with this, if we continue using this, because when it was working, it seemed like it was great, good solution, and it's easier for us as well, rather than doing a 100-page PDF with everything under the sun in it, and then you're getting things up to the last minute, you can't update it. It's a real pain to do it that way. So I just want to make sure that everybody knew how that works. So is that here? So after the meeting, we have, if we get it done by 2 p.m. and if the weather cooperates like it looks like it is now, we'll have an optional hike up Spencer Butte. If you haven't done it before, it's the best view in town. It's a short hike, but a challenging one because it's straight up a hill. And then the board dinner is at 6 p.m. Got a little surprise for you there as well. And then the planning retreat, as I mentioned, if you can try to be there by 8:15 tomorrow morning at the latest, that would be great. And at that, I think, unless Katie, is there anything else you got to add? Okay. I'll open it up for questions, and we can move along.
8 o'clock tomorrow, where?
Is that the back of the restaurant? Do you know what the name of the room is?
So you guys keep talking about you have to be there, where?
So it's downstairs.
You're in the right
right?
I'm in the right place.
Down in the lobby, you see the bar, you go through the restaurant, and it's behind the kitchen, so the
Okay,
far right corner.
Be there at 8.
Does someone want to be in charge of Mitch tomorrow morning?
I have an air tag on him. He doesn't know.
He does that all the time.
Are you gonna?
Who's the newest board member?
Break time, I'll do that.
I'll be sitting
There will be a break in there, so it's gonna be jam-packed.
Okay.
I mean,
Try to do it soon.
yeah.
Perfect.
Oh, I did have just one real quick thing. You guys have a little index card. If you could write your name and then a couple different fun facts about yourself. Maybe the last place you took a vacation, where you were born, we have, let's see, I have Brewster. Sorry, guys. Mitch, Brewster, Lucas, Casey, and Matt have given me some fun facts, so if you think of it, wanna drop the card off, we'll be doing something with that tomorrow.
It's good, because I already drew on that.
We'll take that.
Any questions for them? Okay, perfect. I really appreciate all the work that you two do. I know it's a big ask between our meetings, and I'm very happy that we have changed from monthly to quarterly now. It seems to have worked for everyone involved, and it seems to make this board go a little smoother, and the product is just a little bit better. So I'm glad that has worked for all of us, and the growth of the board has just really been amazing with both of you working together on this. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up, we have the treasurer's report. And I think it was updated last night again.
I was going to, but our financials were way off.
That's
So
right.
I've asked them to
Everything
fix
was
it.
wonky.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if we're actually gonna have a report today.
We
You do? Okay.
we do.
So, Josh, I will let you take it over since.
Great.
since,
Yeah, it's
you're
just,
the
it will miss September because they're still facing it.
So needless to say, we need to get this taken care of right away. This is an ongoing issue. Like, for years.
Thought it was getting better.
It did? Okay.
Right.
Okay, So we have financials through August 2024 in the budget link, and that's the same link that you've always had to be able to access our budget spreadsheet on the fly. We were gonna update September last night because they sent it, it's like really excited. And then I noticed that according to their report, we didn't have to pay OCC for the month of September. There was a zero for our contracted expense.
Well, that is wrong.
Yes.
It's very generous of you, thank you so
It's
much.
contract season.
It's approximately $175,000 that was left off on the expense side. And then our revenue side, they reported $55,000 in revenue, which should be well over $220,000 based on previous months and ticket volumes. So what I think they did was they took the revenue minus expenses, and then what was left over, they put in the revenue category, and then they put zero in the expenses. So that's the best I can figure out. If you just do the math, it looks like that's what they did, but it shouldn't have happened.
It's an accounting firm, right? Like a certified public accounting firm?
Yes, and it underscores the importance of oversight and monitoring. And the same thing has happened with our payroll company, different company. We've had some major problems with that as well, but I'll report on that in just a second. So we're getting it fixed. And long term, like I say, that's going to be a priority to figure out our path forward with that, because it's causing extra headaches and problems that should not exist. So the good news is, through August, our total revenue is approximately 5% above adopted.
Yeah, well, okay, 10W40. Okay,
I'll call you on him then.
Okay.
Just see how that shook out.
So just as a reminder, the board approved a 9-cent rate adjustment to the tariff base rate, and that took effect on July 1st. Scott confirmed that that's been put into place, and we'll start seeing the benefit of that on a revenue side. And we're considering the first annual rate adjustment, and that was a part of that process as well, saying that we're making a temporary adjustment now, and then every year moving forward, we're going to have a regular, more predictable adjustment to try and smooth that out, so that each year, knowing that our contract costs are going to escalate, our staff costs are going to escalate, that we keep pace with that and stay sustainable from a budgetary standpoint. I mentioned the issue with training. We've seen on both excavation safety training classes and locator training classes that attendance has been waning, which then has affected our training fees, so those are below budgeted. I've taken a new approach with training where I'm doing the more custom on-site rather than having folks come to us, but the difference is we don't charge for those. So by providing those for free, it's solving our purpose, but it's not bringing in revenue. So that's something that we've adjusted in our 2025 budget. The ticket volumes tied directly to our revenue, as we talked about before. The inbound tickets we pay OCC for, the outbound we receive revenue from. Both are up about 1.7% roughly. The in-out ratio continues to drop, and we knew that was going to happen in the after the first 4 months, because PGE stopped doubling their tickets, and so that was part of it. But then we're also seeing that continued trend that we've seen over the last 4 or 5 years of just this continually decreasing ratio to an all-time low. It's also a consideration for next year as we see $1 billion in investments in broadband fiber coming to Oregon in unserved and underserved communities where there are going to be fewer utilities on every dig site, and so you're going to see that ratio continue to decline. There's going to be, on the positive side, an influx of more than $35,000 in funds, and that's due to my own repayment of arrears for my PERS liability. When I was hired, some organizations pay the 6% contribution to retirement. Ours does not, but we didn't have it in place, and so we've calculated on an annual basis how much that adds up to, and it's about $29,000. And then we have an overpayment issue that I'll address in a moment here. Expenditures are within 1% of budgeted, so we've so far have really hit the mark on that. Really nothing that stood out to me. If there's questions, please let me know, but I don't want to waste time on insignificant items. Contract costs for the notification center are exactly on track month by month, as expected. Our ITIC NXT adoption, which we would receive discounts for if we meet the threshold, you have to be over 75% for 3 consecutive months, and I forget what part of the year it has to be in. We haven't hit that yet, but we're knocking on the door. We've had 3 months this year that we're over 75%. If we can continue that trend, we should be qualified for the discount next year. And that provides discounts on our ticket price, so that's one way that we can save ourselves some coin.
March through October.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Then our administrative retreat costs have been higher than budgeted, and we'll take that into consideration in the 2025 budget, but it's not a deal breaker by any means. Budgeting, we'll present the budget in a moment here, so I don't want to delve into that yet. The overpayment issue, our payroll contractor paychecks has had repeated issues, and I don't understand why. I've provided very specific information for every pay period. We have a perfect record of everything that's been submitted for Kitty and myself. It includes hours worked, paid time off, holidays, and for whatever reason, in the last pay period, they reported my salary as both salary and hourly, so it doubled it. So I knew immediately, I was like, well, that's not right. So they fixed that right away, but then I was like, I need to go back through all previous ones to make sure there's not been any other anomalies, and I found 10. And luckily they're all this year, so we don't have to go open up last year's or previous year's budgets, but the issue is fairly significant on what I calculated, and they're going through it to figure out how it happened and what it's going to amount to. But it's about $7,800 in overpayment, and that's because they were taking, I still am scratching my head, I cannot believe that a payroll company would do this, but they took our holiday hours, like say there's a holiday in a pay period, and instead of including that in my 80 hours worked, they were adding it on top of the 80. So they say you worked 80 hours and we're gonna also pay you for 8 hours holiday. If I took 10 hours of paid time off in that pay period, they paid me for that as well. And so I didn't notice that because I have auto deposit. I went back, found all of those cases. I'm paying it all back to OUNC. But I just wanted to make sure that it's being dealt with, it's been addressed. I should have caught it earlier, but I did catch it, and we're gonna fix all that. And it just underscores the need to find a new solution for that, because this never should have happened, and it's wasting inordinate amounts of time that we pay good money for. And it's very frustrating that we pay that money to do the work twice, or 3 times in this case. So I'll keep you posted on that. I already mentioned the repayment of arrears, and I have the breakdown in the report. And I will update you at the January 2025 meeting. So I know that was a lot, but I'm available for questions, and then I recommend approval of the report when everything's done. Yes?
Are there any recourses under a contract with paychecks for this behavior?
That's a good question. I haven't had time to look into that because I've been on the road so much, and I've been just trying to keep this far above water, but it's one of the things I'd like to explore, because it's not put me or this organization in a good position.
That's something that we can wrap up the executive committee. Just to operate.
So Jamie and I were just kind of discussing, I don't remember who actually signed the contract to begin with. Was
It
it?
might have been me.
Or been Josh,
Yeah,
the operational contract.
it was through TBC. So when TBC used to handle our payroll, and they decided they wanted to get out of the payroll business, and they recommended Paychex highly and said that it'll be about the same cost, and they do a great job, and neither has been true. It's been more money and worse service. In my personal opinion, since this is on the record, Josh Thomas, not OUNC. This does not reflect the opinions of OUNC.
Thanks, Josh.
Sure.
Yeah, you give that to us.
Motion to approve treasurer's report is presented.
Second.
Any discussion?
Who was the second?
All approved, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, do the same. Okay, motion passes. Passes. Yep. Thank you for that overview. All right, so let's just hop on into the budget. Josh. Okay.
Oh, no worries.
Oh, yeah, we will. Not to worry about that.
I'm sorry, I'm missing one of the files that I was counting on, but we'll just move forward with it.
Is it in the shared
The
drive?
show must go on. Well, apparently I didn't drop it in there. It's not even showing up in there. Okay. We have met as a budget committee twice since the last meeting. We gotta figure out a way to make this larger. It's way too small. Better. I don't know why that participants thing isn't right. Can you minimize and see if that needs to go away? There we go. Okay, that's a little bit better. Okay, let me find my notes on budget. So when we started the conversation, Nate asked a great question, and I thought it really got us thinking in the right direction. He said, what's left? So the question was, when you take out the 76% that goes to our notification center contract, when you take out staff costs, what's left to actually budget? So when you start with approximately $2.5 million, you take out 1.9 for the contract, you take out 292,000 and change for personnel, you're left with approximately $280,000 to work with for literally everything else. That's training and education, advertising, sponsorships, running meetings like this, events, everything else under the sun. So it frames things and gets you thinking in the right direction, because it looks like a large pot, but once you start breaking it down, it gets small pretty quickly. So the majority of our revenue obviously comes from call center operating receipts. If you look in the right-hand column, and by the way, if you look through this, you'll notice it goes from A to F to G to I to K. I hid a lot of the columns. There's a lot more information in this spreadsheet if you really want to drill down, but I wanted to simplify it so we can have a conversation about it and not worry about all that superfluous information. One of the changes that we added this year that Nate requested was this percent change from 2024 to 2025. So that just represents whether or not our proposed budget is going up or down in that respective category. So you should be able to tell at a glance where we're at with it. So we're looking at about a 3% increase to revenue in 2025. Most of these others have been pulled the line, pretty standard. Overall general expenses up just over 2%. Promotional materials, we dropped down a little bit to try and stay on budget. Training and education took some off of the industry events, but otherwise roughly the same. Audit and legal, we added some in there, and we also added for legislative support that wasn't even in the budget previously. And that's in large part because we're due for a financial review, which is not inexpensive. And then Nate wanted to make sure that we had money in the budget for legislative, for outreach to legislators with possible changes in our future to make sure that we're showing a presence there as well. Travel costs, I think we're gonna stay under budget this year. We're monitoring that closely, but I think 25,000 is still a fair amount to cover Kitty and I's travel, and then any board members that we sponsor to attend events like users group. And we don't have joint states next year, so that'll be one item that will not be a cost for us. And as I mentioned, we were over budget on the retreat, so we added more money into that as well. We are expecting increases for wages and salaries, taxes, everything across the board there. The paychecks number is because I'm anticipating a transition, and there's gonna be money associated with transitioning. And so I wanna make sure that we have enough there to make a move. My dream, hopefully, if it all works out, is that we're working through Department of Administrative Services next year, even if we have to pay a premium, because it will be money well spent. Total expenditures, increase of 4%, so as you can see, that leaves us with a deficit. Nate has a proposal that we're working through that he believes that our reserve is higher than it should be and is advocating for a spend down. I would push back on that a little bit. I think that it's there for the worst case scenario if the bottom drops out and you have to find a new provider for a notification center or something unforeseen and horribly catastrophic happens that we're not put into an emergency. I don't think that would ever happen. I would hope it would never happen, but it's one of those things that's why you have insurance, it's why you have a fire extinguisher. You hope you never have to use it, but that's why it's there. Yeah, the bigger, you never know. So our total cash reserves currently are above what we're required to have. We're approximately $600,000 is what we've put in our policy manual. But we are going to have to spend significant portions of that to pay those arrears. There'll be a bit of a wash because I'm paying for part of it, but that'll be something we'll have to monitor as well. So we have some better forecasting tools that allows us to get closer and closer.
All right, here's our drill. This is our drill. Okay, here we go. So this is the earthquake shakeout. Find your spot, be safe, duck and cover. You have 30 seconds. 30 seconds to stay.
You're all right.
You got it. Duck and cover. All right. That's fun. I like how all of them are protecting our.
I'm not even.
We're done. Nice job, guys. Let's go ahead. Reconvene in 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah, some people were smart about that.
We need to do is we need to make sure nobody's still underneath the tables.
Yeah, did everybody get that?
Yeah. We had, we had a coworker, he got fired.
What?
He's been down there for over 5 minutes.
Really proud of me.
No, you're red-handed.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying.
They're so well trained.
Technology is not my friend. Okay, there we
Right
go.
now, it's not. Well, thank you all for participating in the great shakeout. It was successful here, so I hope it was successful there too. Because I know you got under your desk. Right, so Josh, you were in the middle of
Budget,
budget.
2025 budget.
Yes.
So, in years past, we had a little bit more time to do this, but since this is our last meeting in 2024, that's why we're dealing with this now, so we don't have to call a special meeting to get this approved. There may be some shifts, but I will say, I have to give a huge shout out to OCC. They've been unbelievably helpful in building better forecasting tools. Adam especially has done yeoman's work on getting us plug and play tools to be able to figure out if we adjust ticket prices, what we could expect. Frank has provided great analysis. I know you love data analysis, but he really helped us out on the exemptions and subsidies to figure out what those amount to and how it breaks down. We're getting more and more information from them, and that really helps us build the budget dependably and hit the mark a lot closer than we did the first year I was here. So thank you to them. There are some other changes in the works. I mentioned that adjustment of reserves and some policy change. Those need concept submission forms. We'll talk about that later, but nothing imminent. And I think with that, I'll just stop, open it up to questions. I would say if we were to look at longer term other options besides continually adjusting our service tariff rate, you'd have to look at cuts or reducing costs, grants, partnerships, the exemptions and subsidies, penalties and fines, interest on reserves, in-kind donations or public service announcement types, things that we don't have to spend money on, and of course the discounts on ITIC. We can hit our mark and we get discounts there as well. So those are all ways that we can help our financial health, and it's not any one tool, it's a combination of them in the toolbox to be able to make sure that we're being fiscally responsible. That's all. And the crowd goes wild.
The crowd goes wild.
Thank you.
Right?
What's that? I will need a motion
will need a
to
motion.
approve if everyone is in agreement. And we can always amend or adjust it once it is approved, but we will need to approve it. And then I'll share it with our bookkeeping companies so they can get everything set for next year.
I'll make a motion to approve the budget as presented.
A second.
Any other discussion? All approved?
Tiffany, it was Robbie and Dee.
Megan? All approved, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, state the same. Okay, budget passes. As presented, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all that, and Nate and Josh did a lot of work on this, I know that. Next on the, so we start.
I have, it's teed up and ready to go. I can get Zoom to cooperate. Okay, thank you. Okay. Next up is the tariff. I think I mentioned earlier, this is the policy. Unless otherwise decided by the board, the service tariff base rate will be revised annually. Beginning each July, the board will consider increasing the rate for the subsequent calendar year for the greater of 2.5% or the actual percentage of increase in the consumer price index up to 5%. CPI is found on the Bureau of Labor and Statistics website listed under all urban consumers and is the same calculation used for the notification center contract. We just also had that contract increase. That CPIU was calculated at 3.3%. From 2024, our adopted budget, our expenses exceed revenue by more than 3%, so that 3.3% was what the committee recommended. That'll bring our ticket price from $1.49 to $1.54. The committee discussed the continued refinement of our system with one-call concepts, that they become more accurate and efficient for our operators, so it's saving them time and money on unnecessary or unnecessarily large locates. So it's actually saving members cost, even though the ticket price goes up, they're getting a better product, a better service for that money. So the recommended motion is to implement a 3.3% adjustment to the service tariff rate effective January 1st, 2025. And then if passed, we recommend notification in the November or December timeframe to make sure our operators are aware of this adjustment. Discussion, questions? Motion?
That brings it to 154, is that what I read?
Correct.
Are we all okay with this?
Where are we at with the $154 sign, looking at the rest of the other board, other states?
I have some because I met with the executive directors from 6 other states and we shared that information. The problem is it's really apples and oranges because from one state to the next, some charge dues on top of their ticket. Some have their own call center, some contracts. There's a lot of different calculations and ways that you get there. Kentucky is $1.50. Louisiana, $1.49, I believe. Iowa was 90 cents. Kansas was $1.33. New York was $1.40. Minnesota was $1.32. Washington is $1.32, and they're planning an increase as well. So that gives you a sense of the scope. But again, it's not apples to apples.
So we are about there.
A little bit higher than the other ones that I've talked to recently.
However, keep in mind, we have the exemptions here that other states don't.
That's correct.
So,
And those are about 101.
So if we figure out with the exemptions, maybe we can actually stay on that price.
Well, I think long-term, we're gonna have to see an increase to keep pace with increasing costs. Because otherwise, we're gonna continue running a deficit unless we find those other funding sources, because every year the contract increases in cost and our staff costs will continue to increase. And it's more of an issue now than it was before we became employees or before I was hired, because as a working board, you didn't have employees as overhead. You just have to be fully transparent on that. It's an increase in cost. And I apologize for that, but
No,
also
no,
we're
no,
different.
that's fine, that's what we decide on that, we want that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and each year, their, I guess rates, their rates go up with the CPI as well. So, I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, this is almost like just keeping it even.
Yeah, my only concern is because we're trying to do this and we're just doing it just to catch up, pretty much, what we need.
So, I mean,
That's, you know, that's kind of,
this year it's 3.3, but I mean, we've had years where the CPIs are much higher. Is there really a time when we need to look at changing that policy? I mean, as rates go up, first, would it take require insurance, staff costs?
Yeah,
I mean,
of course, yes.
Is that a
We're
pretty
always looking.
tedious process to get that 5% up? I just see that in the next couple of years, it's going to be a low number.
Yeah, Nate, that was one of Nate's proposals, and he's finessing some language on that. We're gonna work together on that to bring something back to the board, but we don't have anything to present at this time. It was just a discussion in committee.
I'll make a motion to move forward with the 3.3% adjustment to the service tariff and be effective January 1st, 2025.
Second. Any more discussion? Okay, all approved, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, do the same. Okay, motion passes.
And then you're gonna send out notifications in January and so they're in regards to it.
Can work with you on
Yeah, send me some verbiage, we can get it on the November and December bills. If we can get it to them promptly, and then I will let them know now that you make the adjustments, so we'll make sure we get the January 1 date, which we won't bill until February.
You have one other thing, or are we good? So the communications to membership, that's what we
Yeah,
just
that's
talked
it.
about?
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, rule making and best practices. Jessica.
So the governance committee has met twice since our last board meeting. We have resolved all issues on our workload as they currently exist. Josh, what am I doing?
You had an attachment within that folder.
I think it was just as information, if I remember right, at users group, as part of that legislative panel, Frank and OCC collected all of the planned rule and law changes for our other states. And so it's just a really great deck to page through, and I won't do it here because it's pretty substantial. We spent, an hour and a half on it? Actually, it's split between 2 days. So.
Yeah, 3 hours.
Yeah, 3 hours, so, but there's some good information in there. There's also a matrix that we'll share with you. I think it was in your packet. Kitty made copies of that for you as well to see what laws exist and how things differ from state to state. But it was a really good discussion, so it can help inform our decisions.
So what are, just say, the big three things that each and every state does or that is working towards?
Well, even the things that they do, everyone does them differently. So like mandatory damage reporting, mandatory positive response, it looks different from state to state. Enforcement, some of them go through their attorney general. Some of them have a 15 or 20 member board that handle the enforcement separate from 811 board. There's a variety of different approaches that we heard from the different states. Some are looking into the broadband issue for changes to address that increase and late locates.
Large projects is the topic.
Large projects for sure. Yeah, there was also, the one that really jumped out for me was Washington has a proposal to make all utilities, all new installs locatable from 2026 forward. And I asked, would that include sewer laterals, because most of them are not locatable without going through the extra work like Mitch mentioned. And he said, anything that the operator considers ownership over or authority over, they would have to make locatable. So tracer wire or RFID or whatever solution they have in place to make it locatable.
So that would not be sewer laterals, because that is customer.
And if Portland is not, I mean, that's yet to be determined. I mean, we'll have to follow the decision and see what precedent it sets, but.
Okay.
Can I add something to that locatable bit? Most states have defined what is locatable and what isn't, and ours is based on an accuracy standard. So if something can't be achieved with greater than 24 inches, that is considered to be an unlocated. Doesn't mean it can't be marked, but the standard for marking is different. So when we're talking about what is okay, doesn't mean you can't actually put marks or indicate that the presence and direction of something exists. It's to a specific standard of accuracy for Oregon. And it's been like that since before this, actually this board was formed.
Anyone else who is there want to weigh in?
The only other thing that was kind of unique is that City of Coeur d'Alene has enacted some resolutions where, because the state law, they couldn't change the state law about false emergency locates. The city of Coeur d'Alene has taken on that they're gonna charge fees if a false emergency locate is filed within the city. So, and they're gonna impose that as part of their fee. It's not a tariff, it's not a penalty. They're somehow doing it through their fee assessment to discourage fake emergency locate requests.
Aren't they also the same city that were saying they would withhold permit approvals until their fines or fees were paid?
Yep.
So as a city solution to enforcement of violations.
Yep.
That's done here too. It's not, the city has the power to stop you.
Sure.
So we have anything more with the governance? Ready?
Looks like we have something left off the agenda, but it's not appropriate to bring it up now, so we'll deal with that at the next meeting.
Okay. All right, are you done with that part? Okay. Okay, so next is delivering quality services. Scott, you are up.
I'm gonna try to share mine. What do you think of that? Right, so again, these numbers reflect September and then some year-to-date graphs as well. So September's inbound numbers are 31,020, which is up 8.35% from September 23 and 1.74 year-to-date. Trying to see how things are trending. So pretty flat, that's good. Year-to-date, year-over-year graph. Outgoing numbers, we're still seeing that consistent downtrend for the month, but you are up 1.68% year-to-date over 2023. In-out ratio is at 5.08. Relatively speaking, it was at 5.51 last year, and as you can see in the top graph there, it's kind of just trending down over the last several years, as we've spoke about many times. I-take percentage is going up, as Josh says. You guys hit 76.17%. There were January, February, we were both over 75%. Again, Josh touched on this earlier, but that is a huge place to capitalize. I think it's 10 cents an I-take ticket, and if you think about your volume, if you get 75 or 80%, that's a huge savings. So 75 would be 10 cents, and then 80 is another 10. So it's you have a potential for a pretty huge change. A couple more boards in Washington just hit that 75% threshold, so it's definitely achievable in this region. Blended ticket price, this is what you're paying per ticket, and again, this is online with what we've kind of been saying for a while. You're just trending up because your in-out ratio, as it goes down, and your ticket price goes up. This is just the result of that. We are still getting $29,000 in I-take ticket discounts. Killing it on your ASA. We actually had some conversations about this in our staff meetings. A lot of times we'll struggle between balancing ASA and some of our other state KPIs in the center. This year, I think we were staffed really well to manage, again, just kind of that influx trend. We've had support from other centers over the past, and this year we've really managed to do that all internally. So it feels really good. We've had some good changes in our staffing model and our training models that have enabled us to kind of hire better people and keep them. So that's, that feels good. It's nice to talk about that in our engagement meetings.
Without overtime.
Without, yeah, we don't have a lot of overtime.
In years past, during the summertime or during that big season, everyone was on mandatory overtime, so that's a huge change for us, the staff. And cost also, because we're paying overtime wages.
And morale, you know, just to not have to force people to work overtime is really, I think, affecting our people. It's funny now, because we have a lot of older staff and a lot of newer staff, have a pretty good split, and the new people are like, what do you mean mandatory overtime? And the older folks are like, you don't know what it was like before. I take full credit for that. As requested last month, I kind of put together an in and out ratio here by county rather than a volume by county. I don't know if this tells a story still. The question I asked kind of last quarter was, is there a real value for me to present the county in and out ratio? We can pull this information at any time. Yeah, you can't read it, so I put kind of the top 5 counties and the bottom 5 counties. I don't know what you would like with this information. I felt like if you had some sort of strategic, plan in place, not at a board level, but for a marketing campaign or something like that, I think we could pull this information and look at a specific targeted area you might want to approach. But by all means, if it's something you want us to present, the graphs built, it's not hard to do, but I just don't know if there's a big value for me to present this to you.
The only surprise for me on there is Clackamas isn't in the top 5, but otherwise it's pretty predictable, urban and rural.
Mm-hmm. I was surprised by that as well.
I feel it would be fine if you wanted to just not present it, and we can come to you if we need that data.
Again, we're happy to provide you whatever you want. I just want to make sure it's valuable.
I would be maybe a lead. No. Would you use this? I mean, do you use this now?
No, I was thinking to Scott's point on the publicity, focus the marketing efforts.
Again, that's anytime you guys need specific information, we have a massive database full of tons of information, and we're happy to mine it however you guys need, and
Does anyone find this of value?
Probably the only value we have is if you were comparing it against your damages in different areas.
Right.
It's interesting just to see like the specific county you're in. I like to see the changes, but that doesn't bring value to the group as a whole. It's just kind of interesting to see.
Or maybe we don't need the graph, just need the list.
Yeah.
I'd like to flush out something that this kind of tied to, but exploring more information and data on the changes with the notification boundaries for, I guess maybe stakeholder group. I think one of the things that we get caught up with is understanding the impacts of who's changing their boundaries, and what that means per our ticket price. So I think more data relative to that would be worth at least sharing and putting on the frontal lobe, because it does have an impact on our bottom line. I've worked with Adam a little bit and Kim on this to flush out some concepts, but we've also had some time to think about what might be the best approach on that. And I think one of the hangups was, well, do we have information as far as our subscribers as to what type of member they are, whether it's a special district or a franchise utility, what's happening with those ratios? And that would help us out with some, I believe, some forecasting issues as well. So maybe work with Josh on that and maybe see if we can't put something together. The first round of data I looked at was in square miles, and it was eye-opening. But to really appreciate it, how it's impacting different counties in Oregon, I think it would be a good data set to have fleshed out for at least forecasting.
So like square footage by member, by county? Is that oversimplified?
I think stakeholder group would be more appropriate. I think by member would be a little bit tough. It has to figure out what is actually being transmitted with the subscription and information that they, update you with. So maybe some modifications to that, but understanding the fluctuations of that, something that's outside of our control that really does impact our ability to forecast revenue.
I don't think we really currently collect stakeholder data, so I'm trying to think of how, like, we know a member will tell us what facilities they have, but a member might have multiple facilities.
Right.
We kind of ran into that issue, and I'm trying to pull that information for
It could be we have to figure out what that logjam is, and then I'd like to have some conversations where we can get some more information.
Is the hypothesis that due to boundary changes being reported to the one call center, that's having an unforeseen impact on forecasted ticket volumes?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part.
Is the hypothesis that changes in the notification boundaries by individual members is having some sort of a direct impact on forecasted ticket volumes? I'm just trying to understand what.
Well, over the last 5 years, our notification boundaries that make up funding for this has shrunk over 7,000 square miles. So if we're going to be looking at having conversations about different ticket prices for different areas, it would be nice to have some data behind, what's actually taking place in those communities. And that can be done through readily available data right now. It's just pulling it out and bringing it up for consideration. The fact is that 7,000 square miles, we're not getting that money. To Mitch's point, we're losing money. And if we go down the path of what Nate is concerned with just increasing the prices and just having one blanket price, well, what's appropriate? And I think there's some data there that needs to be fleshed out or and made visible of how the center's being used and how it impacts us.
Yeah, I think it ties in with that, the accuracy of the system, that we have capabilities now that we didn't have 5-10 years ago to be able to determine exactly on the map where their utilities are instead of painting a large area, so they're not being notified or requiring locates in cases where they don't actually have facilities because they're more specific.
Or those facilities are not underground, right? I mean, the cost of directional boring has reached an all-time high, and Oregon is extremely expensive because of our rock base. So many utilities have opted to use utility poles as an alternative placement methodology, which is frankly the way we did things, after direct burying was kind of falling. It's speaking for comms only. After direct burying sort of fell out of favor because it got more expensive. And then utility poles got overloaded and that became a problem. So then we moved to, okay, we're undergrounding more and more because communities are requiring us to underground. But even in builds we do today, we're making cost decisions on directional boring versus attaching to a pole we were not previously attached to. So I think I would caution us from being overly persuaded by a reduction in mapped boundaries of facilities, because there's likely an explanation that somewhere along the lines of, it was more expensive for me to place underground, so when I rebuilt my network using fiber, I put it above ground.
The methodologies changed over years. I know PGE, when it first started out, they had their entire service territory as their polygon. So there are outside factors and considerations that subscribers are making. And it would be, for the reasons stated earlier, this data is readily available. There might need some tweaking to figure out, how to group it in an appropriate way that would shed some light on the issue for funding and revenue. It's something that OUNC Concepts is presented on holistically nationwide, but maybe looking at it from a more scalped approach for Oregon, it's going to help us.
Put it on our action item, so I'll follow up, and I may follow up with you as well, just make sure we're asking questions.
What if we were just to be able to see what the reduction by utility is in their boundaries? Would that be the information that you're looking for? Like, as people can get narrower on their maps and their boundary lines decrease to the one call center, just having that information that, whichever utility reduced their area by X number of square miles, that will affect your in out ratio, and you can take that into account at a certain point.
That's part of it, yeah.
It seems like the other part is that we don't require everybody to be part of the system if they're taking on full responsibility for damages that occur. So if they are under notifying our call center on their boundaries, we don't have a requirement that, I mean, we do have a requirement that you're a part of it, but also there's the non-subscribing operators out where then if they haven't been notified, they're responsible if any damage occurs.
And
So there's really no way to tell them, you have to give us every bit of your service area, we would have that option as well.
They will give you all the service here that are underground. Because that's what we're talking about, everything that's related with this, it's underground service. Why you as a board needs to know where area plant it is. There's no reason, and that's why that, the areas, they get small. Because a lot of utilities, they look at their maps, they update their maps monthly, they send the map to OCC monthly to re-update this, and if an area was underground and now it's aerial, it's aerial. Or, in most of the cases, we used to have, a lot of locates put in, and 70% of them were aerial, which resolved into a ticket in and out and completely the next day without even going there. So that's where a lot of utilities, they're looking into their system, they're looking into their maps, a more accurate map. And when they present it for the data center, they will send only what they have underground. And that's why the areas are shrinking. It's not shrinking, that's the real area with underground plant.
They're just redefining it.
That's just redefining it. Before, we talked yesterday, paint on the ground. So it's only tickets that will have paint on the ground they will gonna look at, not all the tickets.
But to Kevin's point, it does reduce the amount of outbound tickets because they have redefined, better defined what their areas. Comcast has always been one that has been very refined in their areas, and they continue to be so. But when you get pushes where you can get your locates done, you're gonna look for ways to reduce those out of area locates or nuisance locates or ones you'd have to locate.
We don't reduce, we give you an actual map where we have plant in the ground. We don't want our plant to be damaged, period. So if I have anything in the ground, you'll get a map. If you get a ticket there, you'll get a map for that. So we will be on the ticket if we have underground plant. But if you don't have underground plant over there, what's the reason for you to get a ticket to send it out for my locator, not knowing that it's all aerial, in an aerial zone, just to complete it right away. That's, tickets going back and forward. That was money for the board, that was extra money that we're losing.
That was money we never should have had in the first place.
It never should have happened in the first
Right, I mean, that's.
So now that the price is increasing and we increase the price over and over, a lot of utilities that they're looking into, hold on. Now I'm paying $3 million for this that I used to pay only 2. What's the increase for? And then they look into their map and say, hold on. 60% of my tickets, they didn't even have to send it out. I don't have to pay OCC, I don't have to pay my utility, I don't have to pay my locator to respond to my ticket, all this cost.
That goes back to Josh's comment
Yeah.
about the tickets being more valuable, because they're screened down to a better level.
And now the tickets are more back, because it's literally every ticket that comes with the actual data, it's painted on the ground. That ticket, it's a valid ticket and has utilities in the ground. That you have to have a locator on site. Just 2 cents, what happens, I believe everybody, all the utilities are doing. Slowly, everybody's gonna do that.
Yeah,
As we increase the price, they look in more and more of what's going on with the prices.
But also the increase in the price is representative of the cost of doing business. And
Yeah.
that cost of doing business has a higher value point. I mean, look, I justified hiring Micah and staff based upon cost savings that we could realize by changing the way that we were doing things. So, yes, we're all, it shouldn't be an assumption by the board that somebody's doing something nefarious.
Are we good? You good?
So
Okay.
I will not present this county reflection.
I'm gonna say you.
Yeah, don't present it, we'll come back and ask you if we need if we have a publicity training in that area and we need that data, then we can ask, and you said it's just illegal.
And please do,
We'll definitely.
excited to
Thank you
serve.
for opening that up.
Anything for us?
You had mentioned that status posting issue that's been resolved, but I just want to make sure that we're, let them know what happened and if you have the details on it.
We talked about
It's been a while, I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Ticket check.
Yes, I'm trying to think of what it was specifically. Sorry.
There was a problem in the system, and you'd reached out to the members who were impacted, but then it was resolved quickly.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, we had an issue with when we updated our system, kind of messed up some statuses across the board, and is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and so we rolled it back and fixed it all. Is that enough?
I think so. So it was minimal disruption.
Yeah, we let all the executive directors know that there was an impact, it was minimal impact, and it really was on how tickets were statused. Behind the scenes, our system went through and updated all the intended statuses, so that they ended up in the same spot, where they were supposed to be. It was kind of a panic on our end and resolution, but all of our system upgrades come with what do we do if this doesn't work, roll back. Clause in it, so they exercise that rollback and then clean up the mess, and get back to the drawing board.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. So we have John from Locating Inc. He's had an issue with, some ticket boundaries.
Yeah, some larger scale tickets, and we got some examples we're gonna share here, but we're seeing more of them come across. Yeah, so this one, for instance, this is one that came in, I think last week. It's for signs, and if you look at the polygon, go to the next slide, it's over 5 miles long. And obviously with the signs, they're only putting so many signs in, but, you know, according to this, we have to locate that entire 5-mile stretch
On one ticket.
on one ticket.
How
How
is
does,
this possible?
okay, so this is where Scott comes in,
How is this possible?
because I've already asked this question.
We see this quite frequently. For us, it's usually the local counties. We have 2 of them that we deal with, and they're like, well, we're gonna put new corner signs in, so every corner we're gonna put a new sign in. But we have nothing that requires them, like, yes, they're supposed to put white paint on the ground, but it's way more convenient for them to go
Let's call it all.
put white mark at the end, drive 5 miles, put a white mark at the end.
But I thought our system will break those in tickets automatically. If you put a 5 mile, because it's looking at the large area.
It really comes down to, for me, what I see here, if that came in as 50 tickets, it doesn't alleviate the work if they call it in a 10th mile stretch and still call in the whole thing. Like, it doesn't matter how many tickets it is, it's still 5 miles and has to be located in the next 2 business days.
So this is an example, I think, of someone that needs training on how to better use the tool. You're all right, like if they go through and draw a circle on each one of these, they're all gonna be submitted today, and they're all gonna be they're all gonna be due in 2 full business days based on your splitting rules, which you don't have. As long as they're all within 750 feet of each other. And we've had this discussion quite a bit. There might be one here that's further. But it looks like this is just a route. They chose to use the route tool. I agree that this is exactly how NXT is better than the old system. Because the way they did it, it is the way that they would have done it. They would have just drawn a 3 to 5 mile swatch of space, where now they could actually go in and draw a circle over each spot, and it would be better.
Can you tell by looking at his ticket if it was ITIC 2.0 then?
Yeah, this is an XT. So 2.0, you're only gonna see 2.0 tickets with homeowners in your state anymore. And so anything that's a professional excavator is gonna be an XT, unless somebody is craftier than we are. So I feel like there's somebody out there that has some bookmark page that they still sneak in through 2.0, but NXT is the only accessible online system. And when I'm looking at the ticket here online, I can see the points that they dotted to create their route, so I know that it was done online. And again, this is an example, and by all means, and you guys are a great resource because you do more locates than so many. If you see something like this, we're happy to have our ITIC team reach out to them directly and educate them. This is.
And we do the same, you know, try to work with them, and they usually understand. Like this one, next example, for instance, this is in Lincoln City. This is basically all of Lincoln City on one ticket. It's 14.2 miles. They called it for 88 ramps. You look right there, it's all the way down the coast. So
Is this the same contractor that's doing this?
it's a different contractor than the last one.
Okay.
So, I mean, this gentleman, we actually called him and I said, hey, and you know, he's just doing 88 ramps at the corners of the intersections. So he ended up resubmitting the tickets with each intersection to make it easier, but this one was called in one ticket, 14.2 miles.
What's the web ticket you went online to do? Right.
So did he call in all the?
I don't see the ITIC on this one.
So what you have.
Did I see
This is
type
ITIC
web?
as well. It's another route tool.
So did he call in all those tickets in one day?
He called in about 5 or 10 at a time, so he did split it up and only called.
Okay, so he called in 10 tickets, the life of it is 45 days. Is he gonna be able to complete those in 45 days, or he's gonna recall again?
About 3
Because
calls.
an 88 ramp, it will take way longer
It
than
will.
45 days for one.
It's actually less than 45 days. It's
Yeah.
10.
Yeah.
So with the training piece there, the pushback, how we've looked at enforcement and take complaints on it is that you use the pre-marking standard as a stop, but then also highlight that point that, like while we're on the call, you actually can get to all of this work within 10 days? Because if not, you know, we have a violation of the law.
Yep.
So it's,
That's what, yeah, that's what
45 days,
I'm,
10 days.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. And then they're gonna recall-locate and then his responsibility to keep the ticket alive, if they don't gonna put a shovel or if they're not gonna dig it.
Then it's a misuse of the one call center, and we have done enforcement on that to that point.
Yeah, and I want that money for the training and.
Because obviously we need training and education on it.
Because we need training and education for this.
Okay.
Again, a great example is opportunities. I have both these saved, and we can have them reach out. Are they both the same, Brown and Mid Valley? So we'll reach out to both these folks and
Scott, you're aware of this one, I don't know, but this is enough, oh, go ahead, Micah.
What are you gonna say to them, Scott? I mean, so has there ever been a complaint in that respect that could be substantiated?
Yes.
So there has. I'd like to see a complaint where the 10 business day rule, we've actually been able to enforce that. Because very rarely do you have.
my first violation when I was at Northwest Natural was a complaint from the city of Milwaukee, and they had filed a complaint because we issued a locate, didn't respond, did another one, didn't respond, did another one.
I think he met recently, in the last 5 years, I think.
That was like
And it's a lot of the conversation, a lot of the conversation that we have at that level is, it's always about 2 days. And I think one of the OAR revisions actually brought that out even more, in more plain language standard, to make sure that it was communicated that, the 10-day is a window, right? 10 days of work, you need to manage your work. So the features that OneCo Concepts is putting out there is, and the training is, hey, these are our services, this is what our software can do, manage your work to fit that 2 to 10 days.
I will contend though that the law does allow for all of these scenarios under the large project language, because these do qualify. This one is multiple locations, the other ones are arguably things that are more than an operator can complete in the allotted amount of time, so they are legitimate tickets.
Yeah, that update, the large project language update does, we also have a new rule going in place that's going to substantiate or define what large project is, which is 750 feet, correct? So that's going to go in, and how does that affect a ticket like this? Are we going to start putting perimeter or asking OCC to say put a hard stop at 750? I mean, or is it going to be just sitting in the rule book like it was before, and we're not asking OCC to do anything?
If you did 750, you could change your business rules to divide it up by 750, but it wouldn't stop them from doing it.
It wouldn't deter them.
The key part in making it sync and creating the expectation, whether it's enforcement or you managing your contractors on site, is in there, commence excavation, okay? Break out Webster, let's have a conversation about commence, and that's how we create the expectation with how the rules been written.
Yeah, and if they did dots like this, again, it's large projects, so I don't know. So a 10-mile locate, if they start digging on one end, it's one locate, they commence locate excavation on that. But if they have 20 circles, do you have the circles?
We have this next one.
The next one has circles.
Yeah, this one here, so that's what I'm looking at here. So all of those are different locations, but because none of them are more than 750 feet away, they all qualify to fit on one ticket. But it's a large project by definition because it's at multiple locations. If excavation begins at one of those locations, would you interpret that as that they've all been dug on then?
I'd be asking more questions about work orders and number of crews you have, and taking a real assessment of what the real root of the issue is instead of the peripheral thoughts on it. I mean, this is a good starting point, but when it comes down to excavators and their operations and how they're managing their work, that's a different conversation, so it depends.
Another conversation would start with the locating contract locator. They're out there to do a ticket, they show up, you have a locator calling a contractor, they're gonna blow them off. It's simple as that, they're gonna get it done.
But in theory,
By the time we get it to this stage of it, it's like, they're already done digging, like their holes already in the ground, or utilities are getting hit, we're trying to chase these dots or.
And this one itself is poll anchors, this is a different ticket, and they called in 29 poll anchors on one ticket, and you can see they're all different streets. And if you look at the actual ticket image, it's very confusing, so a technician's gonna read through that, my fears are gonna mess up. Because there's so many polls on different streets.
And that to me, looking at that, it's, just as an assessment of what's been commenced and what hasn't. And then for every notification, that is an individual violation. So is that being communicated to the stakeholder group?
And maybe I'm misunderstanding, but if they have, this is one ticket with 30 spots.
Correct.
So if they commence on, I think what you're saying is if they dig up 5 of these, by letter of the law, that they follow the commencement part, and then, you know, that each one of these is gonna get located in 2 days, it's just not gonna happen. So if they started with them at 10 days, but they don't finish that project in 10 days, if they start 5 of these and then 20 days later they do the rest, they're outside of the dig on 10 on those other 20, but it's the same ticket, like, they're not gonna get one.
So then it's improper notification.
But is it, because it's one ticket and they started? I'm just confused on how the wording of it.
I understand. And,
Is that my?
I mean, the armchair quarterback, these scenarios, is why.
That's not good.
Who's in violation first?
Again, that was, I'm not disagreeing about that, but I just try to figure out like, if this were to happen with someone in, you know, a small city and they call and ask, I wanna make sure I'm explaining it right, interpreting it right, because I would state, by the way it's wrote, they're not in violation, because they commenced.
The law has some performance-based regulation and standards in there, and so to the reasonable test, we can get there. With the large project rule that we have now, exercising the 10, the 2 to 10 day window is another critical point to communicate. Setting up business rules with the one call center, that's another avenue to get this in check.
Maybe we need to look at how we're wording the large project as a large continuous project as opposed to so many separate projects. Obviously, those are separate goals and separate projects.
Okay, now we're getting into business rules versus, you know, policy. So I agree, but I think this is a direction from this board to one call concepts about implementation, not a revision to a rule change. Put that on the table right now. So you know, the intention with the 750-foot rule was, if we go back to the committee discussions about this, from point A to point Z, 750 feet. I don't know where point A is on this map, but that was the intent. So maybe we have to do something in the ticket intake system that says, where is your A to your Z loc? If it's more than 750 feet, that ticket can't go.
Well, so that's not how you wrote, well, the revision will be up today, but all you did was write 750 feet qualifies it as a large project. And the large project language says you have to basically work with your operator to stay ahead of it.
Right.
So it doesn't say to cut it into another ticket or that it's not allowed.
So how is it possible for this to happen, to get one ticket in so many locations?
Right.
Because those points are within that 750 foot.
Right.
And that's, I guess, as a contract.
So another way of approaching this is you could put a limit, so you could say, okay, put pin drops or pole replacements within 700 feet, but limit it to 3 poles on a ticket. That would break this up, but I don't know if it would help anything for you guys.
Well,
It would just make it.
and that's kind of what we're looking at as well, where you just said that that's what would, there's all of this, you can, on a long stretch, you have separate locations that are called in. And then you can work within those locations instead of working on one.
Right, so you could say, within 700 feet, but no more than 3 or 4 or 5 poles on a ticket, and it would break it up, and then these would be on different ticket numbers. But all that would have been called in at the same time, all of it would look like that if you put them all together.
They shouldn't be though, because like they said, they're not gonna complete that amount of work in 10 days.
I think if you went the way Frank is talking, then it goes back to what Kevin's saying now, if he gets multiple tickets, and then they make it to the first one, but the rest of them, they're in compliance.
Correct. Makes no idea.
We need to force limitations on it. It's convenient for them to get online do all these spots and have one ticket number, that's a convenience thing for whoever's submitting that ticket.
Yeah.
We need to force the limits
It
on
may
them.
be harder to identify this kind of work as a large project as well. If you break it down by 3 poles and you have all these tickets, you have to put all these tickets together to make the picture show that it is actually a large project.
No, I mean, why can we not use an AZ loc? Is there a reason that we can't force that in the ticket?
Furthest point to furthest point.
Point where you're starting to point where you're ending. Is there a reason why we can't have those fields mandated in the ticket? Because your geolocating software will immediately tell you if it's beyond 750 feet.
Absolutely, yeah, we do that in other, we have splitting rules in other states right now, or if you put in 1,500 feet, that would be split into 2, and we can do that as a operational business rule.
Okay, so we have a final rule taking place today that limits to 750 feet.
That qualifies as a large project. It doesn't-
Got it, but we wanna use that on all tickets, not just for what qualifies as a large project, cause that would trigger the same problem here.
Yeah. Can I share my screen real quick, or you?
Can you imagine if you have a damage over there? How can I explain which the damage is when they're gonna ask you what's your local ticket?
This is an example of a multi-ticket polygon that belongs on one ticket. You know, whoever's gonna locate this, they wanna see this picture, they wanna see these circles, because you're gonna walk down that railroad track and you're gonna mark those poles that are gonna be replaced. You can make that into 7 different tickets, but it actually, this one doesn't help. So it just, like, that sporadic one where it's all over a neighborhood,
They're not replacing that many poles.
they're working on those, but what are they doing? I don't know.
Yeah, but they're not doing that much pole work in that given time period for them to perform under their locates. That's not possible.
So also view this
They
as
were
a,
anchors, right?
That should be, those are not poles, they're.
Small utility, yes.
but
Backyard
this is
PG,
also,
no.
this ticket used to be called in as one long swatch.
Okay.
And now it's broken up, so it's easier for the locator to identify where they need to mark. They don't have to mark that entire area. So we have to recognize that we also have improvement happening right now. So I don't wanna lose that. I wouldn't wanna lose that.
Absolutely.
But so again, this is another just,
Go back to the same location over and over and over again.
But
Yeah.
they're gonna batch those tickets together on the intake by the locating company, right? They're gonna see, okay, these are all in the same area, you're gonna geoplace that, and you're gonna send one locator out and say, hey, guess what, you're doing 4 tickets, and they're all in the same area.
locating Inkwell, because they have a sophisticated system, but it's
When we do it,
some little water district or.
a small company like we do our own locates, this is not that unacceptable, because it's better than me locating that entire path.
And if this was 5 different tickets for you, would you
It really
instinctually know?
It wouldn't matter if it was 5, well, yeah, because I'm gonna look at them, I'm gonna see where they're located, I'm gonna be like, oh, it's here, here, and here, it's not a big deal. It's go open it up, look at the polygon, but having them broke out into tickets, multiple tickets makes it a lot easier, especially when you're going back on a damage after the fact, because if I do that ticket and I add, we got there 20 marks, if I add 20 pictures to it, and I'm like, okay, which one was which?
Right.
Yeah, and it gets confusing.
And it-
Well, and as you're around yourself as well, you can, depending on when you get into a busier season, you can do 1 or 2 of them and be done with it instead of having to make the call to the contractor, hey, I can't get to these, or I can't get the whole thing, I'm marking these poles and these poles, and you can actually close out 2 of those tickets, and you still come back to the next one the following day, and you're able to still perform the work and be on time. But when you have one, then you're holding that ticket until everything's done, and now the ticket's showing up late. So now, it helps in many ways than having it broken down.
If there are multiple tickets too, from a small utility standpoint, our locator will actually call that contractor and say, hey, you just put in 5 tickets. We don't feel like you can reasonably get those done today. Where are you starting? You know, we'll work with you to determine what you're doing, trying to get those done, and then complete them as time allows. And so it's easier maybe from a locating standpoint to have more tickets, so you can break that job down and communicate with the contractor a little easier.
For the sake of time, can we refer this to committee, maybe to further
Or concept submission.
I was gonna say concept submission is what I was thinking, in regards to maybe a few key stakeholders, so, I don't know, Matt and Brewster, Robbie, And then, Casey, is there any that would be interested? Andy? Putting something together, and come to the board for a resolution for this? Who would like to be in charge of that? Casey?
Yeah, great.
Perfect.
An ad hoc chair,
Ad hoc chair?
an ad hoc chair of whatever this work group is.
Yeah, so is this, sorry,
Go ahead.
I know I'm no longer on the board, I'm already making my progress currently.
It's
So
okay.
this is just for business rules, because they were imposed on a rule for the 750 so this ad hoc committee is gonna be discussing
A business,
possible business rules.
Yeah. implementation.
Okay, all right.
Yes, correct. Does that make sense?
And we can make those, any adjustment you guys come up with, whether it be limiting to 3 or a length, or if you want to split, well, like, the system is capable of doing whatever you guys are gonna come up with, so. Great.
All right, thank you, Casey. And John for bringing that to our attention. So the next thing we have on here is lock status on tickets. That was an issue summary.
On the screen. This was submitted by Micah. I wrote it up as a issue summary. So I'll let Micah run with it, but it was, it sounds to me after talking with Scott that it's a relatively simple solution. And we have a motion on here as well. So Mike, if you want to describe.
Sure. So what we have is we initiated a voluntary positive response. We spoke about that last board meeting. So the operators, it's voluntary since those that are participating in that provide a positive response back to the call center. So when that happens, it lets the excavator know what's going on with their ticket. Currently, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think I said 10 days, you said 5 days.
5 business days.
The positive response closes. And so right now, we've got a lot of projects in the inclement year. We have a lot of projects that are going on that extend beyond that. That's why the life of the ticket is 30 days or 45 days currently, which is going to change. But it locks so that if John and Casey have a project ticket, it's probably going to take a week, 2 weeks to complete. They'll put it as project. That's going to go back to the call center. Nathan's going to look at it and say, okay, my ticket's still in project. In 5 days, it's going to close, or at the call center. So John and them, they'll go in there, they'll do it, they'll complete it 3 days later after it closes, but it doesn't get back to the call center, if that makes sense. So the positive response that is taking place after the project, whether it's marked, closed, didn't gain access, or whatever that result is not getting back to the call center to get to the excavator. So what the concept is to get a business rule change where it's open for the life of the ticket. So once the life of the ticket is up, they will lock for that ticket, the positive response. Because the positive response can change multiple times throughout the project. And it can be even reopened. So let's say the marks aren't there in a certain area, there's a misunderstanding, it gets reopened. So that positive response now shows that it's back in reopened status and not complete or marked or cleared project. So with the current, where we have 5 different positive responses that we have at the call center for Oregon, we should be able to have it open for the life of the ticket. The reason it was closed before, Scott, you might speak better to this, is because of timestamps. We didn't really have timestamps available at that time, if that makes sense. So now we see everything. So it just makes sense for the ticket.
Yeah, one recommendation I would make is if you do make a final status, like mark, that be locked, because your excavator now is leaning on that as I can go mark. So you would want to be able to change mark, no utilities in the area, those kinds of things.
For the sake of multiple utilities, well, they're all going to report separately. So let's say Comcast opens back up, but Zipley's closed or Lumen's closed.
Hold on. You cannot reopen a ticket once you close it. Once you respond positive. So if you reopen a ticket, it's gonna be a new ticket. Just take it over with the positive.
I understand that, and I'm not disagreeing with Scott. I think Scott's idea here is right. I'm just saying that, you know, I'm just trying to run through my head on different scenarios where, let's say that, you know, Comcast, PGE, everybody that's in the area is there, they responded, it's marked, they got a response there, you're gonna have a few on there, maybe one that's just does not participate, right? And then you'll have one that is remained open, where it was closed at one point, then it goes back to open status because it's not done. Now the expert's gonna know about that, because they're gonna be the ones that start. They're gonna say, hey, Comcast's not here already, Ziply's not here, it'll be reopened, and all I'm saying is that communication is good for the excavator, that's all. But I'm not disagreeing with Scott, let's take baby steps first, later down the line, it matters in that, but at least we can do that, that way we're communicating the best information from a locate standpoint.
So any changes after the due date will show up on search and status or ticket chat, but that notice goes out, as we talked about today, at that point, the due date. So any changes after that, the excavator's gonna have to look online to find out what those statuses were, if they were updated, just so everybody's aware of that.
Yeah.
We wouldn't send out
Another update if a late, if a late status come to the ticket, say marked, but it's 10 days late, you're not gonna send an update to the excavator. The excavator responsibility to go in the ticket and find out what's going on based on the first ticket that he got, and he didn't have a response.
Correct. He'd have to go back and check.
I think the best way to approach this, because I had an issue with that too. I can never. So the best, in my opinion, the best way to approach this, once all the positive response are in, we can block that ticket. Once all the positive response are in, let's say we're gonna go for the life of the ticket, but if all my responses are coming in, marked, not clear, unlocatable, whatever, once everybody on the ticket that has positive response, it's in, you should be able to block that ticket.
Some don't participate, so.
But the one that they don't participate, that's their answer.
Right.
Do not participate.
Some don't respond.
But, so how do we look at project? Are we looking at project as the same as a status, or that would say, we would close everything until it was either marked? We'd have to identify.
Yeah. So I had a ticket last week and I looked at the ticket and I actually sent a response to OCC with my mark, and the response I got back, your ticket is blocked. You cannot have that response because it was 5 days, 5 business days after the ticket was due.
So I think that if you change a ticket into ongoing status, we should potentially allow that change after the ticket due date. If you don't put a ticket into ongoing status, it should lock at that due date, otherwise you're allowing late ticket updates.
Which is good information sometimes, you know, so, like if you have someone that does participate but doesn't respond, maybe it's good to know, even though it's 2 days late, that they responded. What I would caution is if they respond with clear no conflict, that they don't get to come back and change that to
Well, even if they did, it's logged in the system. So
Yeah.
every status is logged in the system. It may not show there, but it would show that they changed from clear to mark to whatever it is. So it's in the system, and we would know if they used a clear and changed it after the fact, or whatever they did. So I guess locking at that point, I don't really see the use of it. Because if you're gonna do something like that, it's still in the system, it's still viewable, we can still pull it up. Locking it the life of the ticket, you know, would be probably the best thing to do.
Right.
I guess my concern is there gonna be misuse of that status after a ticket is due to make it appear that the ticket due date was met when it wasn't?
No.
And yes, you can see the status on your end, but is that really gonna be surfaced unless we ask for reports
Right,
on
there's
that?
a record of it though, so that's what he's saying, so let's say.
But
that-
where's the record? We would have to ask for those records.
Great, so.
In the
this-
contract.
That's okay, so this will be another thing that we're gonna probably take, out of this room and place another ad hoc committee, unless you would like to add this to your agenda, Casey.
So is there a
Separate from
disagreement
what
that we
we're
shouldn't,
No, I
should
think
we
this
walk
needs-
at 5 days?
I
mean,
think
this
that
is an easy.
this needs to be discussed a little bit longer. I
Do we
think-
feel it needs to be discussed longer?
Yes.
I mean, the details of it, I think, there's some,
I'm not ready to take a motion.
yeah, okay, sure.
Would this be something that I could put on your agenda? Would you feel comfortable with that?
It's covering both of them
Yes.
on the same, data point. What are we talking about?
So, we're doing an ad hoc committee,
Okay.
and I don't know what the name of it is, somebody shoot it out for me.
Business rules.
Thank you, business
Yeah.
rules. OCC business rules.
Okay.
And so this would be item number 2 that we could talk about. So you have your concept submission form that you had just presented to us in regards to boundaries, apparently. Or limits, ticket limits, and then this one as well.
Can I just make one more comment, Jamie? The system has reports, so to lose that capability of identifying tickets that were late isn't lost. We can run reports that would show it was late.
And the other thing too, you wouldn't have to come to us to see every status update. If you like go into search and status, there's a status history and you can see every single action that was taken in that ticket when it comes to statuses. So you wouldn't have to come to us every time you wanted to see if a utility changed a status 3 times. You could go in and take a look at that just in the online system.
Service history is one of the best that I've used. That's a great tool. It tells me when the ticket was in, what time. That's how I get some of my tickets that were wrong.
Yeah, we'll cover it during that, so yeah.
Okay, so I have you as chair. And then I have Robbie involved, I have Brewster, I have Matt, and Andy, sorry, Andy, and then Micah as well.
I'm happy to participate if you want our perspective.
And yes, please, and add OCC along with that. Okay, are we good with that?
Who's first, you got this down, Scott's in your notes.
Casey's like, I didn't know I was gonna.
I have it in my notes, but I'm waiting for your email.
Okay, the next
Okay.
bullet on the agenda is the self-certification, is that you?
Yeah, I can cover that very quickly. I've been talking with Frank and Scott about our plan to reach out to those who are currently receiving exemptions or subsidies. Just quick reminder, if you have fewer than 50 tickets in a year, you're not subject to paying for those tickets. If you reach your $500 threshold, if you're in one of those groups, I think there's 5 groups within statute that are identified. Once they hit that $500 cap, they get the rest of the year for free. Some of those hit it by February or March. So our path forward was to have them self-certify, which we did, I think, 5 years ago. So I think the last letter I saw was 2018, 2019. Yeah. So we should be doing this on an ongoing basis. So the plan is to reach out to those who are currently receiving the exemption or subsidy to ask them to certify for 2025 that they still qualify for that exemption or subsidy. And we'll require them to sign or certify that they meet the terms to be able to receive that. If they don't, then they would not be eligible to receive it next year. This would be on an ongoing basis, like what we used to do and should have kept doing.
Josh, is that form available on our website as well for anyone who wants to search the exemption?
It will need to be, we haven't worked out that detail yet of exactly what that's gonna look like. I've dropped a copy of the letter that we used to use in your board folder and in this folder, so you can take a look at it. But yeah, we'll have to get that out within
It would
the
be,
next month.
from my opinion, it would be best to only reach out to those who are claiming that exemption or qualifying, who claim they qualify for that exemption now, and not to the membership as a whole. Because you may have others not realize that they may qualify for it and try to get it.
Again, I don't wanna proactively tell them, I just want them to have to go find it
Right.
on the website if they wanna make that assertion. Not suggesting that we broadcast it.
Okay.
Kitty, are you doing the NXT stuff? The promotion?
Kitty has been doing some work with creative. We're on the front end of promoting app usage. And then just following on the percentage you saw up there, the 76%, we obviously want to hold the line on that and increase adoption. I was looking at that report I posted from users group, and I was getting very jealous of some of the numbers I was seeing on there, because there were numbers that are in the 80s, and I think there was one that was even over 90%.
I think Kansas is at 83.
Okay, so that's our target, is to continue increasing that adoption rate. Stop share, sorry about that.
Could you guys provide us an updated, people that have not joined or currently using NXT? If I had like an email list and then we can do some outreach.
So every month in my board reports, I send you a report that has people, I take numbers versus phone callings.
Okay.
You have to filter through it. I think there might be a fax in there.
I don't really look at that one. I did look the other day and I was like, was there none of them? But then I found that there definitely was. You don't know who it is? Is that what you're asking?
I think Eagle Telephone is the facsimile participant. I haven't been to their offices recently, and I understand.
You'll be happy to know. You'll be pleased to know there are 0 faxes.
Oh, great.
Inbound fax
Rusty
tickets.
finally listened to me. She modernized. You can get cell signal on the Snake River where nobody else has it with their service, but she was still sending faxes. So I pointed out that we might want to align ourselves.
So, and we do reach out to these, and the ones that are at the top are typically just really just happy with the way things are. And posted sign service, Kevin and Brian, they're both like, I mean Jim, it posted, it's like he's not you. But he's just like, just prefers that process, or it meets their needs.
If we save enough money, we can buy him an iPhone. Like, maybe that's what he needs.
He probably has an iPhone, and Frank, can you elaborate on what you guys are doing with the app as well?
I don't know, what are we doing?
Well, remember when you spoke about it yesterday, in regards to.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
So when we developed the app, we had in mind, or we had this preconceived notion that, people would be using the app for accessing search and status and resources, like the law and the excavation book or the videos or whatever, and that wouldn't really be using it for entering in tickets. But when we did an analysis recently, we found out that actually people do use it to enter in tickets, the phone as well as tablets. And there actually are quite a few that come in by that method. So when we're looking at the app, going through future planning, we're gonna probably put a little bit more effort and a little bit more increased benefits towards that, knowing now that people really do use it to enter in tickets, which is not something that would happen. I mean, I wouldn't enter in a ticket on that. Some people do. So that's what I think is part of our strategy moving forward, is something that we're probably going to improve on, is how that app can be used for those things.
Perfect, thank you. Are we done with that?
We've talked in committee about promotion of positive response too, to make sure that we push the voluntary adoption before we move towards mandatory, so that's another area that we look at in the future.
When do we have our guy come in for our training? You.
Yeah.
Is he going to wait for us to go get lunch?
Yeah, I told him we'd need a little bit of time to get our food and to get settled.
Okay, all right,
As soon
so.
as we feel like we're ready.
With that said, let's finish this off with the training and education. And then we will take a break, get our food, and be ready for ethics training. We're having a working lunch, if you guys didn't remember that was stated earlier. So, Pitch?
Josh,
Very pressure's on even faster. So I already referred to the log, so it's in your board folder. I won't get into it, but it just shows the breadth of the types of organizations that we're providing training for, and I mentioned over 900 participants. And then Kitty also tracks our online, which I think we usually hit around 300 a year roughly that take advantage of our online class as well. So we're over 1,000 a year in training one way or the other for excavation safety. The other part is the locator training contract, and as I mentioned, our numbers have been dwindling a bit lately, so I'm going to pull up the issue summary. So we have a path forward here. Here we go. That's not it. Come on, Thomas. You
sharing.
Too many windows open. There it is. Okay. So just as participants can now see your screen.
I can see it, it's maybe lagging on that.
Let me just do that again.
Perfect.
Yeah, so.
Hey, miracles of modern technology. Okay, so just as a quick reminder, we have, for many years, do you know how many years total we've worked with Bob?
At least 5 or 6.
Okay, so at least 5 or 6 years, we've worked with Bob Neiswanger from Utility Training Academy for our locator training classes. He typically will do part classroom training and then field training, and field training is really the beneficial part of that class. But we have seen numbers dropping a bit, and not exactly sure why, because there's still a need for it. And I think that need is only going to increase with the broadband investments that we have coming to Oregon, because there's going to be an increased need for quality locates. So because of if you break down the per participant cost, it's not a great picture right now because those numbers have dwindled. So rather than enter into a full contract for 2025, I wanted to bridge the gap with a temporary $10,000 contract, which the board can approve without going out to a competitive bid. This will allow us some time to repackage the class, see if we can get numbers up, and if not, to look at alternative options. I do plan, Kitty and I are going to attend a training by Frontier Precision Radio Detection. They do a locator training class, and that'll be with Williams down in Eugene here next month, and we can evaluate them and other alternatives. But what and then I put the authority for how we can do this in our policy. But my recommendation is to adopt this temporary approach to buy us some time to figure out our path forward long term. So I have a motion there to approve a contract with Bob for 2025 not to exceed $10,000. And we'll explain to him as well that this doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to stop at 10,000. If we decide that we can make this work and continue working, we could come back and ask for a amendment or a new contract altogether. Does that make sense?
For our new members, does everyone know who Bob is and what happens?
You guys know Bob, the utility? So, this locate training that we do with Bob, it's been about, I think it's more than 6 years, that we have him. He goes over troubleshooting locators. It's not a professional locator, it's more help for people. They want to know how they troubleshoot their locators. We have a lot of city guys in the meeting, we have a lot of fence guys, boring machine guys are showing up to see and troubleshoot that. Again, it's not a professional locator, but Bob is doing a great job, especially face-to-face. Online, the numbers are on and off, but face-to-face, we have great response from everybody who was in his class. going over, everybody comes with their own locators and he knows all of them, goes over. Troubleshooting is one of the best class that you can know why your locator does not respond to you as you want it, why you cannot find this line and stuff like that. Price-wise, he's one of the, it's like lower price, let's put it like that. He's the lower that we found so far for, even if you put price per person, how much we pay and how much they pay. So that's for people, if they wanna know about that.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, how long do the classes usually last and how much does it cost per person to attend?
It's like 6 to 8 hours total class training field.
It's a full day.
So
8 to 4, and we're charging $75.
Have we looked at working with like OSAC or something like that to get CEUs for people? You talk about cities coming. I know for cities, we're always looking for small trainings like that for small amounts of money to get CEUs, because our guys have to have 2 per year.
We have that.
Yeah, we have that.
Okay, I just, not knowing.
Yeah, so we start with 2, before Bob was doing 2 days training, and we look into and say, how can we improve numbers and get more people into, and then we decide, let's do only 1 day, 8 hours. They get 8 hours, training and certificate and everything. And that way we increase the numbers of people and pretty much, all that. But to answer your question, it's 8 hours a day, $75 per person. Bringing Bob here cost us about $5,000. So it does matter how many participants we have, including hotel and room and everything else.
Yeah, and the last 2, we had 16 at the last class and 22 registered for the next one.
Yeah.
Where's he based out of? Where's he located?
Oh, Bob?
Missouri,
Oh, okay.
I think.
Isn't there somebody in
Or
Lincoln City?
Arkansas. What's that?
Wasn't there somebody in Lincoln City that Josh knew, am I confusing that?
Oh, Marty's on the call right now. He's not there yet, but he is not a locator training. He's a damage prevention trainer. And he's definitely interested in working here in Oregon, but I don't know if he would be able to provide locator training. Sorry, Marty, I don't want to speak for you.
And I don't know if you guys ever look at how much a locator training costs per person, but usually those are over $1,000 per person.
So Bob is a certified locator trainer.
Yes.
I guess that's how you would say it.
Yes.
Is there a specific reason why we keep that so cheap?
To remove the barrier to entry, especially since they're usually very small cities or very small companies that don't have a big budget for it. And so we didn't want to prevent them from being able to participate.
So when I took over this class, this was like promotion. This is how OUNC helps community. So let's put it like that. We're not here to train locators. We're not here to train. It's same thing like publicity. When we throw out $5,000 to publicity on training and location, we decide 6-7 years ago that that's how we're going to help communities with the locator training. And then when we start adding money, $75 to cover the cost for whatever food we give them, the room and stuff like that, and get the money back. We did see, it used to be free. We went to $25, $15, now we're $75. The numbers are going a little bit kind of low once we add more money.
Well, as someone that makes those decisions in a small utility, that seems really cheap and something that I would be willing to pay more for, especially if we're talking about raising ticket prices and things like that to increase revenue. This seems like a stream where we could increase revenue by raising that dollar amount. I'm talking $500-$600 seems fair to me as a person that makes those decisions when I'm sending people to classes, so.
So again, not a professional locator. Most of the professional locators, they have their own training. So if you want to be a professional locator, you can come to Bob, he can give you a certification. But if you're going to go get hired by somebody else, they want to train you. That's not going to count.
I would like to mention something for consideration. when we're teaching somebody to locate their own facilities, we're helping them prevent their own damages. We're not
Right.
helping prevent damages to anybody else.
No.
We're teaching them how to locate their own facilities, so that is a community outreach. If we're offering it at such a low cost that we're helping pay for it, it's not preventing damage to a natural gas facility, it's not preventing damage to underground cable, electrical.
That's
It's
what-
preventing damage to that municipality's underground.
That was the whole approach. That's why we're looking at this one as a help from OUNC towards the community.
So if it's a community outreach,
Yeah.
I understand that perspective. But if
I
it's
would,
a,
I would say if it was more like, for us, we don't have someone train our locators other than just by, generational knowledge.
Last guy.
Yeah,
Hey,
exactly.
committee, this is Marty. Hello? Okay, Josh, thank you. Yeah, I've done a lot of locator training. Then I would highly advise that you look at stake center training for locators as well. So,
We did. It's about 1,500 per person. Last time we checked.
okay, well,
Center is Staking University.
Yeah.
Staking University or Staking?
yeah, staking university. So, yeah, so, but yeah, like Josh said, I've done a lot of that on my own. Just meeting with all my locator friends and stuff. So, yeah, so there's that avenue.
Alright, thank you.
So what are the small utilities paying for continuing education units?
Well, I mean, I'm sending two guys, it's different, but I'm sending two guys to Hood River for interview training, and they get 2 CEUs, and it's about $450 to $500. That's a 3-day class, but it's equals 2 continuing C, or 2 CEUs, which is 20 hours. Each. I also have guys that go to these classes, and then they just need fillers, and they'll get like a program through something like Sac State or like ABC TLC, and it's anywhere from $100, $150 to $200 for an online program that gets them like a CEU. So I mean, we're paying more money for them to just read a book and answer questions, which they're getting something out of it, but they're not getting hands-on, they're not getting a personalized training. I agree with Brewster, I don't know what that number is, but I'm always looking for stuff that guys can go to, and I think cities, if it was advertised to them and they knew they could get CUs, they would be willing to pay more. And we also do, I don't know if you guys know this, we've also done things where like I reach out to, there's a company out of Portland that does confined space. And if we send one guy, it's expensive, but if we say, hey, we want you to train our whole city, they come up with a group rate and it's a little bit cheaper and you're not spending as much because you're getting more people as well.
Right.
So I think there's lots of approaches, but I don't know.
So Josh wants to move this through with a motion. Is there anyone willing to motion this?
We need a temporary solution until we
Yeah.
figure this out. I mean, we're talking about costs, so.
Right, so what I'm thinking here is, this will be, we can motion this. However, I would like to throw an agenda back into the training and education committee in regards to what the solution is for this. Are we going to increase our pricing? Are we gonna continue?
So I will
on with
respond to you right now. So the board will always have a question
think
about
there-
this locates, if we're gonna go forward or not.
Mitch, so we're gonna look at this motion first, but I would like to put it on your agenda.
Okay.
Because I think Robbie has some great ideas, Brewster has some great ideas. We can talk about this in the committee and we can bring it back to us.
Definitely we can do that.
Because that's exactly what I think Josh's point.
Are you guys on the training and education committee? So, great, sign for it.
So.
We're the contracts for
So-
Bob, for utility training academy, for locator training, 2025, not to exceed $10,000.
I'll second, thank you. And Lisa.
I second.
Lisa. Okay, is there any more
You gotta
discussion?
think louder.
Okay, all approved, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say the same. Okay, all right.
Present.
Present?
Yeah.
You're just
Abstaining?
Sure, I don't know what this board uses, I've heard people use present in the past.
Okay,
Present,
present, that works.
it's not no, it's.
You're here, but
Yeah.
Did you get that?
So Nathan's abstaining?
All right, so with that, the motion passes. We are going to have a 10-minute break. 10 minutes enough?
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge Ruth is on the call right now from the Oregon Government Ethics Commission. She'll be giving our training, so I wanted to welcome Ruth and let you know we're going to grab food. We'll come back and try and be as quick as we can to get started.
Yes, give us
Okay, thank you so much. Looking forward to talking with you soon.
Perfect, give us about until 12:15 and then you can, we'll touch base with you, okay? All right, thanks. Thank you, Ruth, for joining us. Sorry about all the noise.
Right. So can everybody hear me? I know that there are going to be microphone setups. Everybody can hear me in there. Awesome. Okay. So we have a brief overview of the gift provisions from Oregon Government Ethics Law to share with you today. And I say we because my colleague Charlie, who helped set up this meeting, is also going to be here to help me out with questions, which we'll have at the end of the presentation. I do have some polling that I'd like to do today. If that would work for everybody, it's really helpful for us to get some polling data, letting us know how people are engaging with our content, and all of the responses are anonymous. I have a QR code at the beginning of the presentation that I'd like to share with you, so I'll share my screen now. And though if you'll just follow those directions, and I will make sure that I've got the window set up the right way. Let's get it set here for presenting. We should get it there. All right. And all right, so let's see.
OGECRS.
Okay, let me make sure that I've got. I know, Charlie. Can you come in here for a second? Yeah.
Good going.
OGECRS.
So,
Oops, we lost it.
OGECRS. It's a fun association.
OGECRS.
You're gonna choose screen one. Which screen do you want? This one or that one?
I'm on this is the
Okay,
one.
so then you'll need to, so in there?
Yeah.
You'll need to go.
Okay. Okay, and now let's make sure that it's, no, that's not.
There you go. Yes, there you go. Switch.
Okay, so that should do. No,
That's got it.
nope, it's not doing it.
I'm taking ownership of this because I have a technological curse right now, so I think I'm rubbing off on your presentation.
Okay. Do you have a rule in place about how the screen sharing is supposed to work? Sorry.
No, it's standard Zoom. You should be able to share, and then just like if it's a PowerPoint, you start presentation and it should be full screen.
Okay. We're gonna try one more time. Sorry about that. All right, so. All right, okay, yeah. There we go. All right.
There we go.
I think we got it. So if you can get into the session with that QR code, that's what would really help me out at this time. And that session ID is going to be OGECRS, and you'll click join the session, and then you'll choose A or B on your screen, and that'll let us know that your phone is set up to vote on the polling questions. And so all of your responses today are going to be completely anonymous. This just really helps us out, making sure that we have that polling data so that we know how people are interacting with the content in our trainings.
What does A and B mean?
So A and B are just the buttons that we're having to press to make sure that your device is going to communicate with the software that I use to collect the responses later on. A or B is just fine. Just either of those are going to let my computer know that you're here and that you're ready to vote on poll questions later.
I feel like it's already a test.
So does it go to another screen after you push A or B?
It should go to another screen after you push A or B when I have a question for you to vote on.
Okay.
All right, so it looks like we've got about 16 folks who are going to be doing polling with us today. Do we have many more that we're expecting, or about 16? We're looking about 16 today?
Sounds right.
All right, awesome. So now let's move on to our first. This is the format of the questions that we'll be answering today, and you can choose multiple answers on this slide. So multiple answers on this slide for what your favorite activities are. Our options are A, outdoor activities, B, watching TV movies, C, playing sports, D, making things, or E, attending Oregon Government Ethics Commission trainings, which is abbreviated OGEC. We use that acronym OGEC. And all of your responses are anonymous. There is no right answer to this question. This just lets me know that all of our tech is working. All right. Okay. Well, we got a lot of folks who are fans of outdoor activities. That's great to see. And I see we also have some people who like to attend trainings. So I'm so glad that you're here today. And as we get started, a quick reminder that the material that we're going to be talking about today is an overview of gift provisions in Oregon government ethics law, and it's designed to increase your knowledge of Oregon government ethics law, Oregon Revised Statute Chapter 244, specifically those gift provisions. But also, this is not legal advice, and it's not a substitute for legal advice. This training material is not designed to be used as legal advice, and there may be some other regulations that are part of your service for the Utility Notification Center that are outside of the jurisdiction of the Oregon Government Ethics Commission, and you'll still be bound by those regulations as well. So we are here today to talk about ethics law because in the state of Oregon, serving as a public official is a part of the public trust. And as a safeguard for that trust, we are individually responsible for upholding the provisions of Oregon government ethics law, which are found in Oregon Revised Statute Chapter 244. So we have that individual responsibility to know about Oregon government ethics law and to know how it applies to us as public officials and how we can best comply to it. So again, this presentation is not going to be legal advice, and it's not designed as a substitute for legal advice. If you find yourself in a situation where something like what we talk about today comes up, always be sure to review the specific statutes and rules that are pertinent to your situation. And again, it's not legal advice. And if you have a question, give us a call. We're open Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. You can call us on the phone. You can send us an email. You can submit a request for advice on our website. We can offer advice and opinions about things that haven't happened yet. And we can talk about hypothetical situations with you. So the jurisdiction of the Oregon Government Ethics Commission, first and foremost, in 1974, the Oregon Government Ethics Commission was founded to regulate Oregon government ethics law, which is the provisions in Chapter 244. And we'll talk about the gift provisions from Chapter 244 today. And so that's ethics law. We also have jurisdiction over the provisions in Chapter 171, governing lobby regulation law, specifically how lobbyists are required to register and report their expenditures. And we have jurisdiction over the provisions of public meetings law in Oregon Revised Statute Chapter 192. So that is another area of the law, and we have other trainings available specifically for that chapter of the law. Now, again, Oregon Revised Statute Chapter 244, that's the chapter of the law we're going to talk about today, ethics law. In that chapter, there are provisions about conflicts of interest. We got provisions about prohibited use of office. So what is prohibited and what is allowed for public officials to do with their offices and positions? And we got provisions about private employment and nepotism. What we're going to talk about today is gifts, the provisions about gifts and how you can figure out when you can accept a gift or not, because there are some restrictions on the aggregate value of gifts depending on our decision-making power as public officials. And statement of economic interest is also part of Chapter 244 Oregon Government Ethics Law. So those are all of the categories that are contained in Chapter 244 Oregon Government Ethics Law provisions. And some of the answers to your questions may also be found in the administrative rules, Oregon Administrative Rules, Chapter 199. Now we've got a poll question for you. So all our responses are anonymous, and we'll return to this question at the end of the presentation. But here's the scenario. You start a GoFundMe to pay for your dog's expensive veterinary bills. You post the fundraising campaign on your personal social media accounts only. As a public official, you can accept all donations to your fundraising campaign without violating ethics law. A for true, B for false. All right, all right. So again, we'll come back to this answer later on, and I've got another scenario for you to think about and to poll on. So you're sent to a conference in your official role with the Utility Notification Center, and at the conference, you win a raffle for a tablet. What questions do you need to ask yourself to determine if you can accept the tablet? And our options are here on this next slide. So this is a question where you can choose all that you think apply. What questions do you need to ask yourself to determine if you can accept the tablet? And our options are A, who is the gift offered to? B, who else has accepted the gift? C, who is the source of the gift? D, is anyone else offering the gift? E, does the source have a legislative or administrative interest in what you do? And F, what is the value of the gift? So in this one, you can choose multiple answers. And again, all your responses are anonymous, and we will return to this answer later in the presentation. All right. So now that we've talked a little bit about the kind of material that we'll be discussing today, we need to go over a few key statutory definitions to get ready for our more in-depth conversation about the gift provisions in Oregon government ethics law. So these definitions in Oregon government ethics law, super important one, who is a public official? Now, you are a public official if you serve the state of Oregon, any county, city, special district, or other public body. And We estimate there are about 260,000 public officials serving the state of Oregon, and many of them are not compensated for their services. So people who serve on city councils, volunteer firefighters, public library volunteers, school teachers, members of school boards, public employees, so state employees, people on planning commissions, all would be considered public officials under the statute. Now, that means you are a public official if you're attending this presentation today, and I'm so thankful you're spending your time with me to learn more about Oregon government ethics law. Thank you for serving the public of Oregon. Now, as public officials, and I say we because I'm a state employee, so I'm also a public official. My colleague Charlie, who's with me in the presentation today, he's a public official too. We're trainers at the Oregon Government Ethics Commission, and so as part of that staff, we're here to help people learn more about Oregon government ethics law. And as public officials, we need to be mindful of people who can be connected to us under ethics law. And that means that the law is going to define certain people as our relatives. And the people the law defines as our relatives is our spouse, our children, our stepchildren, our daughters and sons-in-law, our parents, our step-parents, our siblings, our step-siblings, and our spouse's family. So their children, their parents, their siblings. There are some people who are missing from this list of relatives. It does not include our cousins, aunts, uncles, and grandparents. But if a public official has a support obligation to someone, that person's considered their relative under Oregon government ethics law. And if a public official receives a benefit of someone's employment, that person's considered their relative. Or if someone receives a benefit of that public official's employment, that person would be considered the public official's relative. Now, members of our household, that would be any person who lives in our home, whether that's our significant other, or our grandchild, or our foreign exchange student, or a roommate, anyone else who lives in our home would be considered a member of our household. Now, as public officials, we need to know who is connected to us in Oregon government ethics law in terms of people. We've talked about relatives and household members, and we also need to know how we can be associated with a business and what is defined as a business. So a business is defined as any legal entity that is operated for economic gain. And that means we need to know how we can be associated with a business, whether it is a privately held business or a publicly held corporation, where the stock is publicly sold and owned. Now, the thresholds for being associated with a business, whether we're a public official or our relative or household member would also be associated with a business in the same way. For a private business or closely held corporation, that would be if we are the director, officer, owner, employee, or agent of that private business. Or for the publicly held corporation, we're associated with that business if we are the officer or director of that publicly held corporation. For a privately held business, we are associated with that business if we own stock, equity, interest, stock options, or debt instruments in the value of $1,000 or more in the previous calendar year. And for a publicly held corporation, we're associated with that business if we own stock, equity, interest, stock options, or debt instruments in the value of $100,000 or more in the prior calendar year. And if you fill out a statement of economic interest, then any business that's listed as a source of income on your statement of economic interest is a business with which you are associated. Now, when we think about how we can be associated with a business as a public official, it's important to know some kinds of entities are not considered businesses under this definition. So a public body is not a business. That means a school district is not a business, and a board or commission or city council, a city is not a business. Those are not businesses. And if we are associated with a nonprofit 501c corporation in an unpaid role, that unpaid role means that that is not a business that we are associated with. So if we are a volunteer serving on a volunteer, for example, if the YMCA board, the volunteer board of the YMCA, if someone was a public official and was serving on the volunteer board of the YMCA, That's an unpaid position. They're a volunteer, so it would not be considered a business that they're associated with. So now that we've gone through all those definitions, let's do a quick check of that was a lot of information, but here's a quick check of something that we can vote on. So your cousin is included in the law's definition of a relative. This is A for true, B for false. And again, just think back to that list that we looked at a minute ago. So, excellent. So our cousin is not included. Our cousins are not considered our relative under the law's definition. Now, a volunteer firefighter is a public official. A for true, B for false. Awesome. All right. And again, all of our answers are anonymous, but a volunteer firefighter is a public official. They're serving the state of Oregon. So we're very thankful for their service. Now we're here to talk about gifts today. And when we talk about the gift provisions in Oregon government ethics law, it's really important to go over another couple definitions. And before we get to those definitions of what counts as a gift and what may not be a gift, let's think about this scenario for the rest of the presentation. So if the Oregon Utility Notification Center is sending you to a conference, and the attendees of this event consist of your colleagues, your stakeholders, vendors, and members of the general public, and a vendor at this event is handing out a free swag bag, how do we know if we can accept this? Well, that's what we're here to talk about today. So we're going to come back to this scenario, but just start thinking about it. You're at this conference, your colleagues are there, your stakeholders are there, vendors are there, and people from the general public are here. And the vendor is handing out the swag bag. Keep thinking about, can you accept it? How do you know? Because what counts as a gift in Oregon government ethics law? So a gift is defined as something of economic value. It's given without equivalent payment, and it's given to a public official, their relative, or member of their household, and it is not offered to other people who are not public officials or their relatives or members of their household on those same terms and conditions. If it meets all these qualities, that makes it a gift under Oregon government ethics law. Now, when we think about what counts as a gift, we also need to be aware of what is not a gift under Oregon government ethics law. Now, some of the things on this slide are covered more in the prohibited use of office statute, which is another part of the provisions of Oregon government ethics law. And if you're interested in learning more about the prohibited use of office statute, we do a live webinar once a month on conflicts of interest and prohibited use of office. And I believe we have a webinar on conflicts of interest and prohibited use of office coming up right next week. If you're interested, you can look on our calendar. Basically, things that are not considered gifts under the prohibited use of office statute would be anything that's in our official compensation package. And that's what's in the official written policy that describes our employment contract or other written policy describing what we get as compensation from the public body that we serve as part of our public office. Things that are part of official compensation are not considered gifts. Reimbursements that we get from our public body for doing our official business are not considered gifts. An honorarium, which is a special surprise that a public official might receive for performing a service, like a judge who volunteer chairs a mock trial competition, and then at the end, the organizer comes up to the judge and says, "Thank you, judge," and gives them a bunch of flowers and a $25 coffee gift card that was a complete surprise. That kind of thing would be an honorarium. That's not considered a gift. Professional achievement awards that are that recognize the achievement of our services with the public body are not considered gifts, and contributions to legal expense trust fund for legal expenses incurred during our official duties are not considered gifts. But again, there are more regulations that are by agency, so check with the regulations for your agency on whether or not you can accept some of these things based on regulations for the Utility Notification Center. Again, so those things are not considered gifts, and something is not considered a gift if it's available to the public all alike on those same terms and conditions. So it's available to offered to us as public officials and offered to people who are not public officials on the same terms and conditions. So the Arby's discount mailer that used to be sent out to everyone in my zip code, it's available to everyone in my zip code. So that is something that I could also accept, for example. Something that is available to the public, to everybody on those same terms and conditions, would not be considered a gift. So, similar to the situation on that first slide for this section, Oregon Utility Notification Center is sending you to a conference. And attendees of this event consist of your colleagues, stakeholders, vendors, and members of the general public. And the vendor at this event is handing out a free swag bag. So, let's go down the list of things that make this a gift or not. Does it have some economic value? Well, it is worth something. They've got some cool stuff in that bag. Is it being offered to a public official? And it is, because you are a public official and here you are at this conference, they're offering it to you. Is it being given without equivalent payment? It's just being offered for free, but is it not being offered to others who are not public officials? Well, who is at this conference? People from the general public are at this conference and the vendor is handing it out for everybody. So that means this free swag bag would not be considered a gift. Now, let's change it up a little bit. If you're getting to this conference, and now who is at the conference? Only public officials. Attendees of this event are only public officials, and a vendor at the event is handing out that free swag bag. You've got some questions you need to ask yourself, because if there's only public officials, that swag bag would be a gift. And so that means we need to ask ourselves 3 questions. If we know that something is a gift, we need to ask ourselves 3 additional questions, and we'll cover those now. The questions are, who is the source of this gift? Do they have a legislative or administrative interest in what I do as a public official that's distinct from the general public? And what is the value of this gift? So, first of those questions, who is the source? The source of a gift is going to be the ultimate payer of the expense. And the ultimate payer means the person who paid. And our burden individually as public officials is to know who the source of a gift is. It's our individual responsibility. And that burden is on us as the people who individually receive gifts. It's not on the burden is not on the giver of the gift. And when we talk about the source of a gift, legislative or administrative interest, and the value of a gift, we're talking about gifts that are being given to people individually as public officials, individual public officials. If a gift is offered to an entire agency or to an entire public body, then the responsibility falls to the director of that agency or the person in charge of that public body to figure out what to do with that gift. So again, you're being offered a gift on your own, yourself as an individual. It's your responsibility to know the source's identity for who actually paid for this, who is giving me this gift. And we need to know that identity. That means that as public officials, we really can't accept anonymous gifts. And if something is given to us individually as a public official, anonymously, and we don't know who it was that gave it to us, we can't give it back, the recommendation would be to donate that thing to a nonprofit and to keep proof of that donation, but don't take a tax benefit on the item. So keep proof that you donated it so that you have that proof you donated it, and not to take a tax benefit because that becomes a monetary benefit. Now, we need to know who the source is because we need to know if they have a direct economic interest in what we do as a public official, in our decisions, our actions, and our votes. So what is that legislative or administrative interest that a source of a gift could have in me as a public official? Well, it's going to be a direct economic interest, and that economic interest means that this source would stand to gain financially or lose financially by the effects of my decisions or votes as a public official. And that would be their gain or loss is going to be distinct from the economic interest that the general public has in me as a public official and my decisions and votes. So this is where I'm going to ask my colleague Charlie if he is still around. Charlie, can you get on the microphone for a second here?
Yeah, what's up? What's going on?
Well, Charlie, can you help me a little to situate what legislative or administrative interest might look like for these folks?
All right. So, I mean, the simple way to put this would be legislative or administrative interest is going to be an entity that has an interest in the decisions you make as a public official. Okay. And an interest in your decisions that's going to affect them financially. Okay. So that means that I use my experience as an inspector to kind of reinforce this. So, as in my past experience as an inspector, if I was going to inspect a facilities and a supplier was there and they offered to take me to lunch, there's that legislative or administrative interest because the decisions I make to pass or fail their facilities would have a financial effect on that entity. So them buying me lunch would be a gift and they would have a legislative or administrative interest. Just kind of keep in mind when it comes to legislative or administrative interest, it's basically, are they going to be affected financially by the choices or decisions you make? And if the answer to that is yes, then they have a legislative or administrative interest. It's very broad because as far as public officials go, we all play different roles and the decisions we make are going to vary between us. And so we all have to kind of internalize that for a sec and say, hey, does this entity, does this source have a legislative or administrative interest in the decisions I make? And so that's where we as public officials have to step out and kind of analyze that for a sec. I hope that helps.
Yeah, thank you so much, Charlie. So that's why we need to know if a source has a legislative or administrative interest in us, because if we're being offered something from a source that has a legislative or administrative interest, then gifts we accept from that source must not exceed $50 in the calendar year. So $50 is the absolute limit for gifts from a source that has that legislative or administrative interest in the calendar year. And when we think about sources of gifts, and Charlie has given us a great example of how to think about how legislative or administrative interest works, but in terms of thinking about like an organizational chart and gift giving between coworkers and managers is the other way to think about legislative or administrative interest with gift sources. So the people who are at the bottom of this organizational chart, they have a legislative or administrative interest in the person at the top of the organizational chart because that person controls whether they get to keep their jobs and whether they get to take a vacation or if they get a raise. And so that means the people at the bottom of this chart have that legislative or administrative interest in the person at the top. And the person at the top of that chart has to limit the gifts they receive from the people who are interested in them to that $50 in the calendar year. But the gift provisions do not apply when you're going top down because the people at the bottom of this org chart, they can't control whether the person at the top takes a vacation or gets a raise or anything like that. So there's no limit going top down. The limit goes from the bottom up. And so again, the provisions are going to apply going from the bottom up and not from top down. So coming back to this scenario that we talked about at the beginning, you're at this conference and the people at the event are all public officials. Everyone who's attending this event is a public official. And the vendor at the event is handing out that free swag bag. So can you accept this swag bag? Well, the answer is going to be dependent on whether that vendor has a legislative or administrative interest in your actions as a public official, and whether you've accepted other gifts from them in the calendar year, and what the value of the gift is. So that's why it's so important to ask ourselves those questions. Who is the source of this gift? Do they have that legislative or administrative interest in my actions? And what's the value of this gift? So there are 16 exceptions to gifts, and we're going to go over a few of them today. So gift exceptions, items which are expressly excluded from the definition of a gift, may be accepted without limit. And a few of these are gifts from our relatives and household members. That's exception B. An unsolicited token or award, if that unsolicited token or award is in the form of a plaque or some kind of little stand to put on your desk that probably has a little sign with your name on it. If it has your name on it and it's not made of expensive raw materials that are worth more than $25, then probably if it has your name on it like that, it has a resale value less than $25. That means you could accept something like that. However, if you got a nice plaque with your name on it and it was a base for a beautiful crystal vase like you see in this slide, that crystal vase is definitely worth more than $25. You could keep the plaque, you'd have to give back the vase. Food and beverage exceptions in these gift provisions are designed so that public officials can represent the public bodies that they serve and can mingle at events where lots of people will be. So if it's a public event where the event has been planned way in advance, programs have been sent out, and you can look at the menu online, you can look at the list of all the events that are going to happen at that reception or meal or meeting, then you may be able to accept this under Oregon government ethics law. But if you're invited to a big event like this and you'd like more guidance on if you can accept that, definitely give us a call, because we can get you set up with a lot more details depending on the situation that you're in. Incidental food and beverage and incidental entertainment. So things that are secondary to the primary purpose of the event, like muffins and coffee at a conference at the back of the room, or if there's a cover band or a singer performing after the keynote at something, right? Those things are incidental and those are exceptions. Incidental food and beverage, again, little cup of coffee, a donut at the end of a meeting, not the main purpose of a meeting. Ceremonial entertainment is one where public officials may accept admission to an event that is a big event. Usually our examples are sporting events, right? Or riding on a parade float. If that public official has been specifically requested to be there by the direct source of the entertainment, and they're going to be playing a ceremonial role, whether they're going to throw out the first pitch at a professional or college baseball game, or they're going to be on a parade float and the people who are in charge of the parade have directly requested their presence to participate in that ceremonial way. Food, lodging, and travel exceptions are really detailed, so we're going to summarize them quick for you. This is what happens if some other entity offers to pay for your food, lodging, and travel other than the public body you serve, but you'd be going to an event in your official capacity, and you'll be meeting other requirements, which give us a call and find out how those requirements work, because they're a little bit different for travel within the United States and some international travel. And again, get in touch with us, because if another entity is offering to pay and you're going in your official capacity, check with us that it meets the requirements, and we'll give you a full write-up that describes how you can accept this offer of food, lodging, and travel. If you are traveling within the state of Oregon to an event that is related to your agency, and you're carpooling with someone else who's going to be going from a different agency, but you're both doing it in your official capacity, that may be allowed as an exception as well. But again, if this is coming up and it hasn't happened yet and you'd like advice about it, check in with us, give us a call, and see if that could be exception K. This is for only within the state of Oregon, for events that are related to your agency and where both of you will be participating in your official capacity. We are allowed to accept informational material and program material, publications and subscriptions that are related to our official duties as a public official. And there are a few more, so if something comes up and you want to know if you can accept it, you haven't accepted it yet, definitely give us a call. But before you get to the point of thinking about accepting it, think about whether it's a gift or not. Check if it has an economic value. Did you make a payment for it? Is it being offered to others who aren't public officials on those same terms and conditions? That's a super important one. And then, do any of the exceptions apply? So once you've asked yourself those questions, if you know it's a gift, you need to ask yourself these 3 questions. What's the source of that gift? Do they have that direct economic interest in me as a public official? And is it within that $50 limit? So now we've got just those 2 questions that we looked at before. And then if we have time, I'd love to talk to you about your questions. So again, this is our scenario about GoFundMe. If you start a GoFundMe to pay for your dog's expensive veterinary bills and you post the fundraising campaign on your personal social media accounts only, as a public official, you can accept all donations to your fundraising campaign without violating ethics law, A for true, B for false. All right. So with this one, we need to know who the source of a gift is, right? So that means as public officials, we really can't accept anonymous gifts. Now, if we are sent to a conference in our official role with the Utility Notification Center, and at the conference you win a raffle for a tablet, what are the questions we need to ask yourself to determine if you can accept the tablet? And on the following slide, here are the questions that we need to ask. Choose which ones apply, because our options are A, who is the gift offered to? B, who else has accepted the gift? C, who is the source of the gift? D, is anyone else offering the gift? E, does that source have a legislative or administrative interest in what you do? And F, what is the value of the gift? As we talked about, several questions we need to ask ourselves. Awesome. All right, so that means these are the questions that we need to ask ourselves. Is the gift being offered to me as a public official and other people who aren't public officials? Then once we know if it's not being offered to others, then we need to know who the source is. Does that source have that legislative or administrative interest in what I do? And what is the value of the gift? So awesome job. Those are our big questions for you today. We've got a little bit of detail for you about the rest of the way things work at the Ethics Commission, but definitely at this point, if you have some questions for me, now is the time. All right, so I'm not hearing anything.
Send her a note from that morning.
Sorry, we were on mute. I was trying to get us off mute.
Okay.
Sam, thank you very much. This actually raised a lot of specific questions that I have from past experience, but where did you say we can go to get our questions answered if we've got one that's kind of a head scratcher?
Okay, so if you have a head scratcher, definitely give us a call or send us an email. And you can also email us at the training team. So I've got that slide for you at the end with our phone number as well. And we can offer advice and opinions about stuff that hasn't happened yet. And we can talk about hypothetical situations. And you can also request advice specifically on our website. We've got a form where you can request some advice if you'd like. So again, The provisions of Oregon government ethics law cover conflicts of interest, prohibited use of office, private employment, nepotism, and gifts, and statements of economic interest. Those are the areas of the law. We talked about gifts today. So if you have specific questions for scenarios that haven't happened yet, or you want to talk about a hypothetical scenario, you can get in touch with us via our website or call us on the phone. I also wanted to let everyone know that the Oregon Government Ethics Commission is a 9-member commission, and that commission is our governing body. Those are the people who apply ethics law, and they are appointed by the governor and the legislative assembly, and they're confirmed by a vote of the Senate. Those 9 people are the people who look at complaints if someone complains and alleges that there has been a violation of Oregon government ethics law. We don't accept any anonymous complaints, so the complaints have to be signed. Anyone who's involved in a complaint will be notified about that complaint, and those 9 people, our governing body, the Ethics Commission, they decide whether something moves to investigation if it is alleged. They decide how to apply the law, and that means also that there are sanctions for violations of ethics law if that commission were to find that someone violated ethics law. But education is super important to the Ethics Commission, and so we prioritize education in our mission. And so even though these maximum penalties do exist, very often the commission will recommend that a public official read a letter of education, and they may also recommend additional training for that public official to learn more if a finding is made. So advice can come from staff advice. You can get a staff opinion or a commission advisory opinion, and there's different kinds of safe harbor for those different kinds of advice, specifically written advice. And so when you get in touch with us, the person that you talk to can get you set up with the kind of advice that you're looking for. And you can take a look at our website, which is oregon.gov/OGEC. And our website is going to have all the public records that we have jurisdiction over. It's going to have more details about how to comply as a public official. We've got a whole section on public meetings law, which is a different chapter of the law. And you can request advice from us there on that tab in the bottom half of our page. Now, if you have a big takeaway, definitely share your big takeaways with us. But here is our phone number. You can call our front desk and somebody can help you out with your questions. So you can call us at 503-378-5105. You can send us an email to our general inbox, which is mail@ogec.oregon.gov. Or you can get in touch with the training team, which I know that you know how to get in touch with the training team because that's how we've been mailing with you. So you can email the training team. You can email the general inbox. You can call us on the phone. We are available 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. And you can also go to our website and request advice through that request advice feature. And you can take a look at all of the advice that's been issued to people because we keep that in an archive on our website. You can look through, use keywords, look for situations where advice might have been offered for a situation similar to what you're looking for.
All right. Any other questions? Well, thank you, Ruth, and thank you, Charlie. Really appreciate you guys setting this up for us. This was one of our gaps in our training, so I appreciate you helping us out today.
Oh yeah, thank you so much, and have a wonderful Thursday. Thanks for inviting us.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just checking in with you guys. How you doing? Do we need a break for a minute? Or are we okay? Power through.
Let's just get it done.
Let's just power through. Okay, gotcha. All right. So continuing on, we are driving the results with data, and so we're data and research committee. Lee, that is you.
So I have an announcement to make. I have accepted a position with the Federal Highway Administration. so, I'm, looking for a way to be able to still, serve on this board, but it would not be able to be in this, position. So I will be stepping down as secretary, and Josh, have we confirmed who will be taking that group?
Yes, yeah. Jamie will be stepping into that role. She was the second book editor for our secretary and has agreed to take that on.
Okay, and then, would this be an appropriate time? Would we need to vote on it?
We'll do that when we ratify the officers.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to mention that, and then, until I know, whether I'll be able to continue to serve, I believe my chair appointment, will that be, dealt with at a later time, or?
That will be dealt with after you have solidified
A chance to get that out. Okay, so I just wanted to let you all know as soon as I could. And then, Josh, do you have, the report out? Josh and I went on a road show for, a request from the governance committee, and so, Josh is gonna report out on our meetings with, the other states.
Yeah, I think in the interest of time, I'll show you it real quick. And I just encourage you to read through it because it is pretty substantial and it was the result of more than 5 hours of calls and meetings. And that might be selling it short too because it was quite a bit. Kitty was a part of those conversations as well. So feel free, Kitty or Lee, to step in if you can even find it.
While he's bringing that out, basically the request was to look into mandatory reporting and how mandatory reporting and positive response and enforcement are dealt with in other states. And much to Josh's point earlier in the meeting, it's not apples to apples. It really is based on how enforcement is handled with the respective state, how they fund their call center. I mean, there's a lot of things to consider, so it wasn't necessarily one-to-one.
Thank you. Okay, so as I mentioned, we met with South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, New Mexico, and Washington, and that was because we started this conversation after meeting with the data folks with CGA. And CGA recommended those states as kind of gold standard states in the areas that we were interested in. The main prompt for this was mandatory damage reporting and mandatory positive response. And then as we found after the first 2 calls, the scope expanded to collecting information on how they collect and use damage data in general, so how they use the DIRT tool. And also enforcement kept coming up and broadband, so we threw that in there as well. So you'll see those sections are not as beefy, but there's still some good information in there. So it's just a good comparative analysis. We'll be sharing this with the Data and Research Committee and doing a deeper dive on it, and then finding any other gaps in information. But this was partially in response to requests made from the Governance Committee and others of needing more information before making decisions on these important topics. So, like I say, I'm not going to go through the entire report because it's a lot. But I would encourage you to take a look at it and reach out to Lee, Katie, or me with any questions that you have, and we'd be glad to follow up. Anything else, Lee?
No, just I will say my organization originally volunteered me to be on this board, but as I told Josh and in his interviews, this was one of the highlights of my career, public service, and it's been a happy accident. I really enjoy working with great group of folks that are dedicated to each position. So, thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
That's all I got.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Lee. Let's continue on with maximizing outreach. So Jamie's in a meeting right now, so she deferred it to you, Josh.
All right, let's see what we were cover. I don't remember. We don't have a whole lot, but I would say if you're interested in creative, there's 2 things I want to cover. One is if you're interested in either the messaging or the tools that we use to get the message out, this is the time to weigh in. I don't know if you remember last year we created the publicity matrix where it was just every idea under the sun of sponsorships, advertising, social media, all the digital, everything from car wraps to outhouses to any way that we could help get our message out. And there's no wrong ideas when you're brainstorming, right? So we put all those into a spreadsheet, attributed scores to them, and then that's helping us compare apples and oranges and prioritize where we spend our money because we want to get the biggest bang for the buck. So if you want to be a part of that process, or if you just want to send ideas our way, send them to Kitty or me or Jamie, and we'll add those to the discussion when we start talking as a committee. We're looking at, last year we did a 1-year contract for $40,000. This year we're looking at a multiple year contract to make it more attractive to the vendors and also more easier on us, so we're not going through a selection process every single year. And we have an exit ramp if for some reason they're not performing to our satisfaction, where we'd be able to terminate the contract. But that's where we're at with that. And then Kitty received an update from Ann from Alpha Media on public service announcements. That was a big part of our contract this year, is we wanted to leverage our public benefit nonprofit status to be able to get more value on top of what we're paying for, because we shouldn't be treated like a private corporation like Nike when we're not selling any products, we're not turning a profit, we're all the work we're doing is to prevent damage and help the public. And so she's been leveraging a lot of free, and it's not always in prime time or the best possible placement, but it's an added value on top of the contract that we're already paying for. And that's in your folder as well. I won't go through that. It's just a list of the radio stations, the spots, and the times that they've been giving us value. Do you remember what the total value, estimated value? I don't know if she provided that or not. It's substantial. So we're getting a lot of coverage. And if you've been listening to the radio, especially in the Portland metro area, you've probably heard our spots at some point or another. Some of it's been through Lars Larson, some of it's been through CGA spots that they provided for us. But we're constantly staying in front of people through that investment that we made through the publicity committee.
So the cable operators have to give PSA times through their peg obligations, sorry to lay out your mesh.
That's okay.
With various jurisdictions, so another source of that would be to send out a notice to the Mount Hood Cable Regulatory Commission, the Metropolitan Area Communications Commission, and then asking them for, they have a resource list of all the other franchised municipalities around the state, Comcast also being one, and Charter being the two large dominant cable providers, would have those lists as well. I would suggest sending out an outreach to them.
Great. Okay. And it's not on community access stations, it's on what's up the main street?
It would be a part of their peg obligations. Okay. Yeah, and their, Zipley has a few remaining, but we get all of our stuff from Comcast, so when Comcast puts it in, we'll get it in there too.
That's thank you. That's exactly the thing that you tap into. And you just did a commercial yesterday, so we can recruit you in to do our commercials.
Yeah. Doing commercials? Well, it's toy drive time. KGW big toy drive, so we did our school surprise this year. Thank you. That's my signature. Watch KGW sometime around the 8th of November. That's when we'll do the toy dash. You just see me making a fool out of myself on TV. Again, 3rd year in a row.
That's all I had for publicity.
Okay.
Unless there's other questions.
Yeah.
How do they come up with the content for the PSAs?
That's our responsibility to work with them to provide the messaging and
The only additional resource that just really came out just recently is Common Ground Alliance sent out a number of videos, including targeted advertising for the agricultural community, kids, Spanish
messaging. And so to be consistent with that, that's what they're offering in the light of a PSA.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at that to be a very valuable alignment with what we're trying to achieve.
Yeah, some of the spots we've been using her from CGA, so it's
They just
been valuable.
they updated it a couple days ago, so.
Great, check it out.
All right, moving on, OUNC board business. Our old business, Josh, final rulemaking hearing.
All right, it's a bit of a formality because we've been through this multiple times now, but this is the last road stop before notices, and the process puts us in line to be able to adopt this and have it in place in 2025. So let me find the
That's
download.
not working.
It's not working?
No.
This was board business, old business. Oh, I bet you it's because it's not a PDF. I will say both of those as
Matt
PDFs.
didn't call me earlier, but if you download it, it'll open.
They're PDFs.
No,
No, that's
they're
PowerPoint.
both PowerPoint.
But if you download it, it will open.
Yeah, and that should
I'm
not
not
be a
supposed to
problem.
download things.
I don't understand.
Gonna get in trouble.
But
Just gotta tell Josh.
Right? No, could be suspect, known person, that's why
Yeah.
I'm worried.
trouble.
Source.
Why is it not showing it?
It's been a day.
It's been a month. I don't understand why. I must have angered the technology gods. Is there something you still have on yours, or maybe if you stop share on that? There we go. Okay.
Alright, if you don't download it, but if you preview it, it seems to work.
Nice.
Robbie, I'd like to nominate you as our IT director.
I was just waiting.
Way too much.
I was waiting.
Probably just does what I do, use their
Okay.
buttons and see what happens.
It's a city computer, don't touch
Start
it.
with
So, I guess first we should ask if there's any testimony here today. Anyone providing testimony? It looks like none, unless there's anyone on the call. So we can run through it just as a reminder real quick, but after this, we'll send a bulletin notice to the Secretary of State. Then that prompts a comment period for 49 days for legislative and 21 days for public. The communication to key stakeholders will continue until January, and then the changes would be effective, and we'd have to prompt an update to our standards manual we talked about before. Just as a quick reminder, there's 7 changes. The 2 biggest ones are the electronic white lining and the going from 45 days to 30 days. The rest kind of characterizes tweaks to existing rules. And we've gone over these, so I don't know if I want to belabor it because we've, both in committee and in the board. But stop me as I page through if you have any questions. Finding large area. This is the allowing for it, and I want to make sure we have a distinction on the white lining because there have been some concerns about this. It's not requiring electronic white lining, it's making it an option. It's a possibility, and there are other states moving in that direction as well. Non-invasive tools definition. And that's our board recruitment partners. So, any questions? And I believe we approved this last meeting as well. So, I would also remind you all that an important part of your role as board members is not only bringing information in to us from your constituents or the groups that you represent, but bringing our information back to them as well. So this and anything that could be relevant to your groups, that's a huge part of your job, is making sure that they know about it, because we put things out, Kitty and I are putting things out, Scott's putting things out, but really you're our conduit. So, and if we can provide anything to you to help provide to them, glad to help. Any questions?
Okay. Next item, the work session with our RFP cultural contract.
Right, so this is,
I got nothing to do with it. Okay.
this will be a brief one.
Oh, okay. Josh, point of order.
Yes.
We need to take a final vote on that final hearing.
We approved last meeting,
Okay.
so, and especially with no testimony, I don't believe that we need to again. I think that'd be redundant, but we can entertain a motion and do it just in case. It's kind of approving what we've approved.
Yeah, we did approve it last time. Wasn't this just essentially an update for us?
And making sure that there's no one that, we've had this notice for a very long time, but we're making sure that there was one more checkpoint, so that if we had people that wanted to weigh in on any of those, that they could. And we didn't have anybody. Okay. So just a quick reminder, at Salisham, at our last board meeting, we went over the RFP process. We did buy ourselves some time by accepting the 1-year extension. Board approved that, so that means our current contract is extended through December 31st, 2026. That doesn't release us from having to pursue all of our due diligence, information collecting, and reviewing options and strategy as where we go from here. So this was just the information that we provided at the last meeting. We had a good review of the timeline from the last process from Nate. I think most of you were here to hear that, or at Salisham to hear that. Then Jessica gave us a great front to back review of our contract and what it includes, what it involves, and we also talked about your role as board members and your fiduciary responsibility to our members. We are beginning this whole process of the review and looking at options, and we wanted to start with a quick overview of OCC services that they currently provide to us. And I will apologize to our friends from OCC because I know you do a lot more than what I have on here, so please speak up if there's something critical that I missed here, but just a quick overview. They provide turnkey operations for our notification center and customer service. They handle our ticket management. As you're well aware, they handle the iTick NXT software, positive response, mapping, the app. Their center is based in Portland. Most of you have been there. They also have backup, redundancy, and data security to ensure that if something catastrophic happened in Portland, that we'd still have access to all and to the service and to our information. They provide training resources, videos, classes, and specialists. They provide our billing, communications with our members and subscribers. They provide reporting of our statistics, our volumes, all of our numbers to our accountants, our board, and our staff. They have a creative team that Kitty uses regularly for design, ideas, our website, our social media presence, event support, and then they just on an ongoing basis, they provide research, analysis, trends, troubleshooting. They have an advisory role in many ways that especially with Frank, with his knowledge and background, has been really invaluable from day one. Just having been here since we were created and knowing the players that were involved, the issues that were involved, and being able to call on that has been as well. And then, of course, thank you to Tiffany for keeping our board minutes as well. It's another service they provide for us. Step in.
The only thing I would add is we manage and maintain your accounts receivable for you.
Yes, yeah, perfect. Should I put that under the billing?
Yeah.
Good. So that's services. Any questions or comments on the services that they provide? Just kind of setting the stage for the next steps. So then the next area that we're going to delve into is what models are available to us, what are the different pricing options, and I think when the rubber meets the road at the end of all this, what KPIs are most important to us, the key performance indicators. Scott alluded to this earlier with the ASA discussion that at one point ASA was critical because everything was coming in through calls. Now we've shifted that. Do you know what the percentage roughly is overall of online versus calls? 75% online, 25% calls.
Right, just almost,
Okay,
yeah,
ballpark's good. So the model has shifted, so maybe that key performance indicator isn't as key as it once was. But these are all some considerations we'll have to take into account when we're making our decisions moving forward. So the different models, OCC is a full service provider. There's piecemeal options where you can contract for ticket management software. I think USAN is using Pelican. There's various other providers where you can kind of piece together all of the things that OCC does through different providers. And then some states are their own operator of their own center. So they directly hire the employees, they directly manage the center. A significant undertaking. You're talking brick and mortar employees handling the operation top to bottom. Pricing options that we've talked about, and this just scratches the surface, is we currently are ticket-based, so that means that the in-out ratio is a huge issue for us because, like I say, we pay on inbound tickets, get paid on outbound, so as that ratio changes, we receive less revenue as a result of that. There are some members that pay a flat rate contract, so that's one thing that we're investigating is flat rate versus ticket-based. That might shield us and help with the predictability of what we'll have to work with each year. Nate has raised the question of dynamic pricing for tickets based on area, based on type of work. Maybe that's an option of different ticket prices for different projects or areas. Then incentive for premium pricing, this is something we talked about at Joint States of maybe instead of having a target to reach to get a discount, we start and flip it on its head and start with the base rate is the discount, and then if you don't, if you're not using iTick NXT, then you pay a premium. So it's just a different way of thinking of it. Frank, do you want to add anything on that concept? It got me thinking.
No, it's, I mean, the whole idea of ticket discounts came about when iTick first started and everything was pretty small, and it was an incentive. But now your base service is online, and everything else should be thought of as a premium. And so I think it switches the thought process from you're paying more if you're costing more versus the other way around.
Yeah, that's an interesting way of looking at it. So I'd say one is as you look through the contract and become more familiar with it, we start having more discussions about where we go with it. We don't have to do the same old thing that we've done. We can look at it critically. I know Katie was thinking about some ideas to integrate into it. So just as we go, start jotting down ideas and we can see what's going to work for us and what's not when we go out for an RFP. The other part is that KPIs, what do we define as success? I know Scott kind of alluded to his report too, like what's helpful to us when he's going through his reports, what's valuable, what are we going to, how do we define successful operations? And I know Kevin, you've mentioned in the past, it would be helpful to query users to get a satisfaction survey or metrics so that we know the system users are pleased with the service they're receiving, both getting quantitative and qualitative feedback on that. So there's a lot of different directions we can go with it. And we're at the right stage of the process right now to have those discussions as this takes form. So with that, I think that's it for this section. This is a standing agenda item for us, so we're going to continue to bring this back forward every quarterly meeting. And if you've got ideas, please send them our way. And questions too.
Thank you, Josh.
Sure.
Okay, so rolling into new business, we need to ratify the results of the election. I don't remember, is there actual language that I need to state?
We should just name the officers that were elected and ask for a vote to elect the full slate, just to ratify it, have it on record.
Okay, I couldn't remember. Okay, so as you guys have already heard, Ms. Lee is leaving us, so second in line for secretary, that sounded so bad. I'm so sorry.
Runner up, go
Okay, so secretary Jamie Limke is taking that position for 2025 for our treasurer's position. Alba will be keeping her position. For vice chair, Jessica Effley will roll on into that position, and as for chair, myself, Melanie Lewis, I guess I need to state that, will be staying here for 2025. And thus, we need to, I would say it's a motion?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so I would accept a motion to accept the results.
Motion to accept the results as stated.
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion?
Just that it needs to be part of the record because it was done online. So we want to make sure it's part of our minutes.
Right. Okay, good. All approved, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, state the same. Motion passes. Well, thank you all for trusting us in 2025. We do not need to do an executive session, so we're gonna roll into the OUCC report. Lynn, that is you.
All right, we met yesterday. We heard from all our councils on all their updates and all that they're doing. We have some remaining funds that we're going to use. We voted to have Alpha Media do some outreach for us again. So $10,000, and that's for our areas that have dormant councils or underserved areas. Kevin Hennessy came yesterday. He talked to us. We had a good conversation on enforcement. And we had to talk about our budget. We were wondering, just in general, if 60,000 is enough to still do what we need to do. Our last increase was in 2013, and of course now lots has gone up since then. We're not gonna make like a formal request for more money at this time, but I think we're going to prepare one for next year, so.
That request has already been sent out to this board.
Oh,
So, one more request for an increase.
yeah.
Not an increase.
We will
just
not be
our-
asking for an
Yeah.
increase this year, but I would probably expect one next year.
Those are pretty much the updates, unless I missed something.
Nominations, elections.
Oh, we did that, we're keeping our council the same, so there's no changes there.
We did have a healthy discussion again about enforcement. Kevin was here and did a bit of a presentation kind of on where the PDC is with enforcement. That was very enlightening. Lane County kind of shared some of their concerns that their constituents are dealing with, and I think Kevin and Lane had a chance to speak or planning on speaking as a one-off, which is why they weren't here for this week. So I think that was probably managed well, but I think we just need to say it is an ongoing conversation. We hear a lot from our local councils, so.
Repeatedly. So
Yeah.
that was a good conversation.
It It was, and the fact that it was mitigated, maybe just speaks to how much we need to get that information pushed out in a digestible way, so.
Non-screen is what we've asked for from 2025 for the OUCC budgeting.
So, like I said, we asked, in 2013, Michael Thompson gave us, or made a motion to increase our funding from 50,000 to 60,000. So that's how long we've been operating with that. Our operating expenses currently, we're funded at 10,000, but they are approximately 25,000. So we just kind of, our coin phrase now is we're doing less with the same, just because it costs a lot of several boards shared that their contractor events have almost doubled in price. They've had to downsize from nice restaurants to food carts for their contractor events. So they're doing the best they can out there. So we just, for us to continue to serve the way that we have been serving, that would be the logic for the request. But we want to make a formal justified request to the board. I think we should probably have that in by the end of Q3 for Q4 consideration.
It needs to be in Q3.
We can have it in by Q3 for Q4 consideration. That's what I meant.
It needs to be submitted to this council by Q3.
I'm sorry, that's what I meant. It should be submitted by Q3 for Q4 consideration. And of course, you're always welcome at your local councils. Please get involved, and you're a very important voice if you have the opportunity to serve. We have a really great representation here from around the state. It's just much appreciated. For those of you that don't know our official executive team, I'm the president of that. Casey's the vice president, Alva's the treasurer, and then is the secretary. So we're well represented on that council from this board. So we appreciate the support whenever you do it. Thank you to those that made it yesterday. But I know a lot of you always try to. So we appreciate the support.
Great, thank you.
We'll need a motion.
Oh. Yes. Sorry, that's right.
What?
We need a motion to accept to support this request.
So we did make a formal board request for $60,000, which is what has been the budgetary amount over the last several years. And so that would be the requested amount from the OUCC, again, for next year.
I make a motion to approve the $60,000 operating budget for OUCC.
Second.
Okay, any more discussion?
I just want to raise an issue related to Alpha Media. This board is having discussions about our financial stability and our forecasting for future ability to continue to operate. I see that OUCC is using Alpha Media, which is also a contract that OUNC has, but you're not collaborating those efforts so that we're recognizing some potential savings that could help both agencies. And I find that frustrating as a board member. We have a responsibility to make sure we can continue to operate well into the future. And when we're talking about having to raise ticket prices, and you're presenting an ask for $60,000, yet you had money left over this year, and you're doing duplicative work that this board is doing, and we're not collaborating on that, that's gotta stop.
So let me clarify what we use those funds for specifically. We have 3 councils that are dormant that we do receive funding from the OUNC for. So we reach out, we use Alpha Media, the contract that you guys use, to address just those 3 specific areas. The funding, because those funds aren't being spent in those areas, it's a way for us to touch on those points. You are not currently doing advertising in those areas. So it's North Coast, Central Oregon, Eastern Oregon, those are not on Alpha Media's, the OUNC's targeted areas for Alpha Media. So I feel like we are just answering our fiduciary responsibility to this board by making sure that those funds are being used and spent across the entire geography of Oregon.
Another option would have been to return those funds to the board as not used. And I don't know if that was ever discussed.
No,
So, not swaying this motion in any way, but I wanted to make sure that was on there.
Thank you. Any more discussion? All approved, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, state the same. Motion passes. Okay. So users group recap, is everyone doing that, or are you just?
Yeah, I think anyone who was at these events, feel free to weigh in. I just jotted down some notes. So I guess I'll kick off on users group. So thanks to OCC for another great event. I know a lot of work and planning goes into those, and it shows. Really well organized, great engagement of conversations. It's not a conference where people are checked out and just looking at their phones or walking out and sitting on the beach. It's a working session. And I think everyone there is interested in the networking aspect of it and the information sharing of both what's working and what's not, because we can all learn from one another. So we took the opportunity when we got there with the other executive directors. I think I mentioned Louisiana, Kentucky, Iowa, Kansas, New York, Minnesota. Washington unfortunately couldn't make it, but just comparing notes, and we're viewing this as an introductory, but we're going to continue meeting on a regular basis. So thanks, I know Kim, you were my first point of contact on that. Thank you for helping set that up, and Frank too. But it was valuable to make those contacts, and I was joking that it was a support group of executive directors. It was good.
For some support, the numbers amazing.
We talked ticket prices, board sizes and makeup, who uses lobbyists, that flat rate contract issue came up, call center operations and differences. New York City, or New York was talking about their frustrations with New York City being resistant to participate in 811, and they drilled into a tunnel and put a 4-inch hole in a tunnel because they didn't know it was there. The anniversary celebrations, because we have a 30-year anniversary next year, or it depends on how you look at it. We were created in 95, really started operations in 96, but 30-year anniversary coming up, and Kentucky's throwing their 40-year anniversary. So just comparing notes, and I think it's going to be a valuable group moving forward as well. Then users group, we were lucky to have dodged the storms. That wasn't an impact on us. Others weren't so lucky after we left. But great group of damage prevention colleagues. I don't even know how many were there this time, but it felt bigger than the last 3 years.
It was our biggest attended users group.
Right on. That's great. Like I say, great conversations on a number of topics, all hot topics. There were some things I pulled out. Some excavators in Kansas are buying their own locating equipment because of late locates and locating their own dig sites. Missouri was doing some additional work with Associated General Contractors, and that was a good partnership that I think we can do more with as well with these folks. Same with NUCA. There was an interesting conversation in Louisiana about dredging and subaqueous excavation and locating, and you might not think it applies here, but it absolutely does. When I was with the port, there's a lot of dredging that happens, and there's a lot of utilities that are just below the surface in those areas that are being dredged in many cases. And damage reporting. In Delaware, operators must report if damages are more than $3,000, so they have a dollar amount attributed to it. I talked about those new law changes from Washington. A lot of this is in your folder, so you can page through that if you're interested in seeing what other states have going on. And one of the kind of unique things Mitch weighed in on was the bio balls, the ability to locate sewer lines by flushing this thing down the toilet that biodegrades, but it makes the sewer lateral locatable. The only problem was, Mitch says that
It's expensive.
it's expensive, and they
And you lose it.
and they pay for it, and then it's not recorded. So then if you come back a month later and have to locate it again, you spend all that money again. So mapping was a topic that came up an awful lot there as well, like what we need to do as an industry to get people on the same page to record that information so we can rely on it, and everybody would benefit from that.
Bio balls?
Bio balls, yeah. There was
Yeah, the frustration was we paid a lot of money, just to be frank, in the neighborhood and don't cut their sewer. And we pay a lot of money to have those located, correct? My frustration was CDD didn't took this opportunity at least to map their facility that was located by me. At least, I don't know how they can, put it on a mapping program or something. So it's located for you, it's your facility. Just take a look and, make it in your, because next time when somebody else is gonna call in, at least you're gonna have a map.
Yeah.
Or, I don't know, something. I just feel like they lost the opportunity to get some free.
Yeah, the value is there.
It's all down the drain, huh?
Yeah.
That's all that was on, and another one that was, that they talked about it, or maybe you're gonna say about it.
No, go for it.
It was the micro trenching.
Yeah.
That was a hot topic too, how in other cities, they were not very happy about micro trenching due to the fact on some of the roads, after the micro trenching is done and they need to repair something. Their main concern was, hold on, I have a lot of cables now on top of everybody else that needs to be moved in order for me to maintain my facility that it's down to. That was one of those. Plus, something that I could not understand, it's why the city allowed a permit for a 3-inch piece of cable to go under a main road. A 3-inch depth. Pretty much. When the permits, usually they tell you where you're supposed to be. So that was some talk about microtrenching and stuff, but sorry.
No, it's all good. Anyone else who was there? Any other takeaways?
I shared yesterday, my takeaway was Adam Frango's mobile app presentation. So when I came back, I reached out to Creative. They sent me what they did a campaign for New York 811, so we're working on that. Probably won't have anything to show you guys till December, January. So try to up that and then we'll look at the next tea. And any board member that has not ever gone to one of their conferences, there's so much great information that I just highly recommend it. And I think next year, can we say?
It's not official yet, but we're looking at,
Try to things are out there?
we're looking at Hawaii, but it's not official yet, so I'll admit that. Well, you can
I'll sacrifice
all
for the committee.
hold me to it, I won't be here, so on that. And then the year after that is gonna be Nashville, I think is what we.
I mean, I'll tell twice, so it's fine. I don't think.
It is the quickest way to learn.
I will say, if you went to the users group even years ago, we've kind of changed the format where it's not just us up giving presentations, we really build it around networking and roundtables, so we'll get up and give a short presentation that is supposed to generate conversation and then open it up to create that conversation in the room. And so that's really the format, because we learn from our customers having those discussions, and it helps us then to create new features and develop our applications from that. So if you've gone in the past, I recommend going again just to see the difference from what it was before.
Was the setup, work for you guys that went?
Yeah, I felt bad for those of you, including yourself, who were on the second tier behind the wall, but I thought it was great.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think following on Kim's comments, the true sign of success is when the conversations continue out into the hallways, the meals, the events, everything, and that happened across the board, we were talking about. what was covered in the sessions, outside of the sessions.
That's exactly what we want.
And then I wrote down quotes for each one of these. So 2 of the quotes from this one was, we are one of the last industries that still cares about customer service. I thought that was a good one. And then the other one was this was specific to broadband, but I think that applies to a lot of other things. The complexity of fast-moving projects doesn't always consider the impacts for other utilities and future problems. So it's just a couple of, I thought, good quotes to walk away with. Infrastructure Summit, like I said, I mainly went there for broadband. So we had Michael DeHart and Crystal Stone from the Oregon Broadband Office presenting on the BDP and BEAD program that Jessica has shared with us before, and the importance of this historic investment in Oregon. The crazy part was Crystal was saying that despite the 58,000 locations they're hitting with $689 million in BEAD funding and $1 billion plus total, it doesn't even scratch the surface of the need. She said it was maybe half of what is needed in Oregon to reach all of the unserved and underserved communities in Oregon. And so they're still pursuing additional funding and trying to pursue additional projects in the future to reach all Oregonians that either have no or limited access to internet. I think she said there's 130,000 some Oregonians that are still living in the dark ages because of that. So there was, she talked about deployment in 2025, things are really gonna start to pick up. The money will need to be spent by December 2026, so they're under the gun to get the projects done and the money spent. I don't know if there'll be extensions on that, but I asked her if there's a way that they can pull out the underground installs of fiber versus the overhead, and she seemed confident that they'd be able to. But in some conversations after that, there's some skepticism of how accurate or how much they'll be able to provide on that, but we'll continue. They have monthly office hours that I'm gonna sit in on. They're open to everyone, so if anybody's interested in sitting in on those, those are on their website. And they said, and this is a theme that I've heard in other presentations as well, is the real key to success is identifying the communities where the projects are happening and getting out in front of it so that especially the smaller communities with only a limited number of locators available can plan for it. So especially like those ones like we saw earlier where there's a 14-mile area or an entire city that needs to be located, kind of eating the elephant in bite-sized pieces instead of trying to eat the whole elephant. Which I've never really understood that analogy, or metaphor. Any questions on that one? Then the last one was joint states, and we've got some folks here that attended that as well. We had a good delegation there. I presented on the legislative panel there, and one of the filters I thought about of as we bring new ideas forward, because there's never a shortage of ideas, of 3 steps. One is what are we trying to accomplish and do we have agreement before we get too far down the road? And I think the concept submission forms have really helped with that. Number 2 is can it be fixed in policy or operationally rather than changing rule or changing law? And number 3 is first do no harm. Thinking about who and what will impact it, because you don't want to solve one problem and cause 5 more problems. So sometimes the solution is not in the change itself. Then another well-attended event, Clint started things off by saying that after the amount of money he spent on it, the amount of work that went into it, he wasn't sure if we should continue it. The entire group basically disagreed and said they thought it was great, want to see it continue. So I think Scott talked about forming a committee of some sort of all the different states that are involved and trying to lighten the load and figure out a way to make it doable and affordable so that nobody's stuck. I know Kitty's dealt with that before too, and it's a heavy lift, so putting that together. Any other comments from folks who were there?
We didn't see any bears.
But you saw Northern Lights.
Huh? Oh, the Northern Lights, yeah, beautiful. I liked Linda Holloway from Washington 811 had a great presentation. And I can't remember the gentleman, John Henrich?
Josh.
Oh, it says John. Anyway, I enjoyed his presentation too. And the keynote speaker on trust, that was kind of fun. It was kind of a breakout, you know, we group into 2 or 3 and anyway, another great conference, networking and seeing what other states do. That's always what I really enjoy, seeing how other states are doing what we're doing, just a little different.
There was a presentation by CJA and data analysis that they're looking at and doing, which was, I think, interesting as well.
I agree. Yeah, that was Brooke. She pinch hit for Chris Ann, because Chris Ann was impacted by the hurricanes, but she did share that they got a reimagined dirt dashboard that we're going to be able to use. So pay close attention to that. The quotes from that one were, "There's no competition in damage prevention," or at least there shouldn't be. I think that was Linda. Another one was, this was an interesting one, very simple but good reminder. We're all in this business to make money, but the people that were there at the table, and it kind of just reminds you of the motivations that, you know, we come to the table for damage prevention, but a lot of people are coming to the table of like, their primary objective is not the damage prevention, it's to make money, so you gotta reconcile that. You can do both. And then the third one is, our goal at the end of the day is for everyone to go home safely, and that's one that we all always hear, but it's a good reminder.
I'll piggyback a little bit too. So the dirt report for 2023 was supposed to be released on Tuesday. I haven't seen that it was released yet, so maybe it was delayed, but dirt report's supposed to come out soon. So Brooke did put in a teaser for that, but there should be some really good information shared there. PHMSA, Pipeline Hazardous Material Safety Administration, had representation. Dave Mulligan came there and talked about damages caused by excavation activity and how they have a targeted focus on a few operators that had significant number of damages compared to the rest of the country. So they're seeing some improvements with some targeted focuses. So maybe there will be some more insights there as that pilot program moves forward and they come up with some suggestions to focus damage prevention efforts on. And then on the Josh Hendricks from Utilisource, he presented about having in these larger excavating companies having a damage prevention focused specific person who can monitor the locate due dates and expiration dates and help with making sure locates are accurate, if they're potholing and not finding the facilities, and how it costs them money to implement this person and these vac trucks. It increased their operation costs, but ultimately save them money in the long run because it streamlined their productivity. So just, yeah, a lot of really good information, a lot of variety of presentations from the different stakeholder groups. So I think they did a good job of getting that variety and engaging everybody that was in attendance.
They actually saved money because the projects moved along faster.
Right.
So even though there was an investment of significant amount, in the long run, they saved money overall.
Yeah.
Another thing to check out that's gonna be coming out of CG is releasing their new root cause flow chart. I know Kevin has shared some hints of what that will be like. And I think that'll just help a lot of agencies. It's a little too big to share, but it looks to be exciting. I believe it's, what's the release on that, Kevin, do you recall?
Within this month.
Yeah.
And it was a committee of about 15 different stakeholder groups that got together. We worked on it for about a year, and got 100% consensus, even from the U.S. Department of Transportation that was involved with their regulatory oversight and implementations of what goes into that. And so it was it's being polished up right now for a presentable view, but what I shared with some of you was a working copy, working draft that was approved. So the other feature about it is going to be, I call it approaching it with a widget style, so where you as a user filling out your dirt information can answer a series of specific questions that will get you to the root cause. Instead of having a map there and having that unconscious bias or bias that, hey, I wanna get to there. The flow chart's supposed to be a balanced and comprehensive view of what's actually taking place. And that's where the U.S. Department of Transportation is moving with that, so.
You know, a series of questions, did this happen, yes or no?
Right.
This, unfortunately.
TurboTax.
Yep.
Root cause finding, TurboTax style. That's what Brooke said. I'm coding for it right now.
Lindsay Demko Edwards, who served on or contributed to this board quite a bit, had a major role in that as well. So she now works for Southwest Gas. So.
Is that it? Okay, well, rolling on into that, Kevin's going, we are at good of the order. However, Kevin has something for us that he'd like to present.
Yeah, so in building on the conversations that we had yesterday, there was members from the Lane Utility Council who brought a concern, and we were able to address that directly in a very, well, unpackaged a lot of issues that were surrounding what goes into enforcement. So I kind of went over the big issues and the big log jams as far as where we're at with enforcement. Kind of talked about it earlier this morning with the big case with the city of Portland. The commissioners have met twice on having decision meetings on that. And I was told that they're going to have their decision soon. The implications of that are huge from the standpoint of what, how our services and will be managed going forward. So, and really gets down to, well, does an operator have the right or the ability to just partition off parts of their system that they don't want to locate anymore? That fundamentally gets into a lot of different policy and compliance issues with even federal regulations and what's the mainstay there. So it's a big decision. Throw that into the mix of, like I said earlier, the amount of rate cases that the commissioners are having to get through and review because of the changing energy environment and impacts to customers. So there's a lot going on there with the commission. The other thing that I also shared with them to kind of balance things out is obviously, OSHA has been part of our enforcement, but since actually 1994 is when they had authority, but it really picked up in 2016. So described a little bit about where that is, but the balancing act of well, if we're focusing on the excavation community, what about the utilities providing locating marking services? And that, I believe, was at the crux of their concern yesterday, and we're going to continue to work on that. I have shared with this board in the past that we've seen a number of complaints related to locating marking services, and we advise leadership that it appears to be systemic operational issues. And really, it's impeding the ability for the utilities to comply with the adopted standards. We've adopted the standards of this board on behalf of consumers and the public. It was determined by the leadership that a further investigation needs to take place. And so before we made any more recommendations on how to proceed, we opened up an investigation related to locating and marking services. And most of those topics that were fleshed out in about 15 questions that the utilities are required to respond to has to do with, what are their records, what's their record, what are their records like, and what are the procedures for maintaining them? What are your accuracy standards and mapping? Do you have a management of change process? How are your notification boundaries recorded with the 811 center, and what's that process look like? our personnel properly trained and qualified for those processes? Is there a quality assurance program with the damage investigation reporting tool? Types of positive response. There's a variety of issues, or variety of ways of looking at that. How do these utilities look at positive response? And then the other thing too is we ask for locating performance data and Common Ground Alliance root causes related to the damages that they keep records for. Our goal was to get this done by third quarter of 2024. We still have one more to finish up. And from that, I'll just say that the responses that we've gotten has just shown a huge difference with how it's looked at, how it's managed. And again, the systemic operational issues of how locating and marking services are handled by those companies. So whether it be through a contractor, management of that contractor, self-performed, we're looking at all those different responses to figure out, well, what gaps and what makes sense for consumers, the overall safety process, and is there something that the commission could do going forward with, whether it be a rule or a different inspection process, or what is it that we're going to balance this out, because we need to find some balance. So with that, we hope to wrap up our analysis here shortly. Eric with MEI, who gave testimony to this board, also reached out at the commissioner level, provided testimony there as well. We took in his testimony and really we're going to be reaching out to that group as he's been engaged with the Northwest Utility Contractors Association on addressing these locating and marking services issues. So going forward, that's where we're at with this. It's taken a while to get through with, again, most of the work that we've been normally do at the commission, but I hope to have something to share with you all and with the UCCs and keeping them updated on where we're at with this. That's essentially what I had for the discussion yesterday.
Okay. Does anyone else have anything for good of the order?
Just briefly, because I haven't talked enough today. Marty's on the call. I mentioned him earlier, just so you know, he's got a 25-year career in damage prevention. He was with Colorado 811 up until recently. He's looking to move to Oregon, so if you know of any opportunities for him, please keep him in mind. Some of you met him when he presented at our first data and research committee meeting, along with Lindsay Demko. So just want to explain why he was sitting in, and hopefully he can join us at the Portland meeting.
Okay.
Thank you, Josh. I appreciate that, buddy.
So the next scheduled meeting is January 16th. It is in Portland at the Sheraton, so the Portland Airport area there by Cascade Station. OUCC meeting is the day prior to, it usually starts at 1:30 the meeting, and lunch is at 12:30, correct?
Same place.
So, at the same place, yes. So if you could make it, try to make it. It's always an informative meeting because there are boots on the ground. And it's very important for us to see what's happening there. So with that said, we will see you January 16th. Oh, gosh.
And tomorrow.
Oh,
See you January
we're
16th.
not done. Okay, no, we're not done. I completely forgot. We have different options here. So we have a hike, right? We have the,
We're pushing it on time, but come see me after the meeting if you're interested.
we have the Spencer Butte, and then we have just a regular flat hike. We also, if you just don't want to do anything like that, we will be meeting at 6 o'clock over at the the Spaghetti Factory for our dinner and a little, get to know you kind of stuff. And then tomorrow, we are meeting downstairs, so first floor, you go through the bar area and through the restaurant to your right, and there's a room back there. It's a small room, so it'll be very intimate for the retreat. The retreat starts at 8 o'clock, and we'll be done by 12:30, or is it 12?
Is the January meeting, is that on our website yet?
If you didn't see it, then
I didn't see any future meetings.
Then it's gone.
I'll get it out there, but
Yeah, we have all our dates and locations, but
You guys,
you can
Did we set up location for next year?
Yes,
Oh,
Kitty has.
you just wanna mention
go
the
for it.
locations for next year?
sure, remember, January, Portland, oh God, April, Canyonville, July, Salishan, October, Pendleton.
July Salishan again?
Yeah. That's
Don't
what it
complain
was,
about Oregon
Why?
Coast in summer, what are you doing?
That's Salishan is one of the
Wild Horse Resort in Pendleton.
nice place, very outdated. That seems really bad.
Well, then you should vote whenever Kitty sends
I
that out.
did, and I
And
guess
then
I
the
lost.
majority said they like smoking. So, I think that's all. Did I get everything? So, do I have a motion to dismiss? Yes.
Yes.
So moved. Second. All right, any discussion? Hearing none? All group, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say the same? All right. Thank you all. Done.
I have a question for you.